Happy holidays, everybody, and welcome to Fight Night Rift Holiday Special, the inaugural Fight Night to help celebrate the end of the first ever year of Wild Rift Esports. I'm your play-by-play. I'll be walking you through the day. You can call me Kangas. I'm joined by everybody's favorite Florida man, AlkBattery. Alk, I know you're in Florida, so you don't have a lot of snow, but you've been feeling festive in the holiday mood lately?
Yes, it's been summer A, summer B. We're currently in summer B. The lowest we get is maybe like a 65, and honestly, we take those. We take those every single day of the week. That's basically Christmas.
That doesn't sound too bad. Here in LA, it actually was pretty cold today, and cold is like 55 degrees, but it was raining all day too. That's basically our version of snow. So wherever you are, though, if you're celebrating the holidays or not, thank you for spending your evening with us. We got a lot of fun Wild Rift games ahead of us. Again, like I said, to essentially put a cap on the year of 2021 for Wild Rift. It's been a long year for sure, but a lot of memories made along the way. But before we get all sappy, Alk, let's take a look at what we have ahead of us today, and actually today's action, because 4 teams will participate in single round robin best of ones. Top 2 moving on to the finals, and they're competing for that sweet, sweet holiday money.
Oh man, you were talking about it earlier, but the white elephant for your team, if you're like, hey, we're trading gifts, $500 to $250, that's good pocket change. You can keep that in the back, order some gifts, and you're good, you're set.
So what's more fun though, white elephant or Secret Santa? I'm always torn, I don't know.
Personally, I like Secret Santa just because I can't have my gift stolen by some like outbraining of me. Like I don't need a 1000 IQ jungler to come through and nab my gift. So I'm a great Secret Santa. I love having an inventory, and I love just picking specific gifts for people.
Well, it's no secret the matches that we have ahead of us today. You got the schedule in front of you right now. We will have games streamed. Unfortunately, some will be happening concurrently, so we won't get every single match streamed. But let's take a look at the stream schedule up next here, because we have a lot of one particular team, the defending champs in North America, Tribe Gaming. We're going to watch them run through the entire gauntlet. You at home actually voted for this on our Twitter, so if you want to, make sure to go follow the Twitter right now. So that way you can be, present and participate in our future polls. But Tribe won the poll, so we're going to watch all the Tribe Gaming games during the group stage.
It only makes sense. This is just a gift for all of the people that were watching North America and watching the Summoner series. Giving back. We've got Tribe all day, every single day, and excited now to see what their form is, especially coming off of a win over at Riftmasters.
Exactly. They just won their 3-0 in the finals after getting knocked into the lower bracket early on in that tournament. And they're also coming off of being the North American representatives at the Horizon Cup. So obviously a lot of eyes are going to be on Tribe. A lot of people are thinking about Tribe. What is their current form with a slight roster change? So let's take a look at the head-to-head actually between these two teams, so we can actually start to compare Tribe versus Sentinels, their first opponent. Talking about the Tribe side, Dienzio is in. From my opinion, the best dragon laner that we have in North America. I love seeing him on Tribe.
Popular opinion, Kangas there. You love to see it. Dienzio was an absolute star over on the enemy roster and is now joining former teammates in T-Tigers and Max Green. This is just a match made in heaven, an early Christmas for him. And Sentinels, we're talking about one change in the rosters for both of these guys. Molly from Chonk Chortles stepping in for Michael Udall.
Molly, the big name now on Sentinels. A lot of eyes will be on this player in the mid lane. Going up against Starting, especially to kick things off here. A tough opponent, to say the least. But what do we know about Molly, Alk? How can we update everybody on kind of the story of this player getting to this point?
Well, I actually got to do a deep dive with him, so if you want to check it out, it should be on the GiantSlayer website. You can go ahead and check out the article that he did talking about Molly before we got into the Summoner Series finals. But Molly is a great player. He's been playing a bunch of mobile esports. He started off just wanting to play with a bunch of friends and eventually climbing through the ranks of North America. Ended up here. Ended up being on a top 8 roster in North America. Now on Sentinels, he has a very close relationship. We got to talk with some of the coaches before, and we got to learn the history between Starting and Molly. These two should be really fun to watch between the two of them.
Yeah, what was the claim? Is that Molly boosted Starting
something like
to
that.
rank 1, something like that, just playing jungle or Starting in the mid lane?
They duoed in the early season for North America, and Molly was one of the reasons some have said for Starting success as #1 in the region.
Well, let's see if he can hold up now against Starting in that mid lane. We're going to pick in bans, and big update in case you haven't been watching Rift Masters, in case you haven't been reading the patch notes or playing recently. 5 bans for each team out. This changes so much during pick and ban phase.
It's that legendary number. You finally get all 10 bans, and thankfully, Riot has done a fantastic job of just adding champions back to back to back. We had
True.
Jace, Caitlyn, Veigar in the last couple patches. We now have Caitlyn and Morgana and
Kale, Morgana, yeah.
It's awesome.
I don't believe that they're allowed in this tournament, but
they are
still.
They are.
Oh, they are.
We got the rules in,
okay.
buddy. I made sure.
Thankfully,
that's the first thing I checked. I wanted to see them.
If that's the case, then I think Kale's pretty giga broken right now. If you have a comp built around her and you can get her to the late game, pretty much unbeatable. But who knows? Maybe that's just my solo queue experience and doesn't transfer over to competitive. But let's look at what they've been focusing on. Camille Olaf, banned from Tribe Gaming side, along with that Jace, one of those newer additions to the game, and mostly Mages banned from Sentinel so far.
I've been seeing so many different kind of discussions about some of the new champions. I know you were kind of musing about Kale. North America as a whole, when you talk to the players, they're on the fence. They're like, this champion is giga busted, or this champion is complete dog water. Like, we're not even going to touch this champion. Not going to even go for it. Speaking of some of the players, when we were talking about like the two sisters, it seems like Morgana is pretty high priority. A lot of the support players are like, man, I don't have to play Thresh or Leona every single game. I can finally play Morgana. This is exactly
Instead, I can
what
play
was looking
something
for.
that counters those two. The Black
Yes.
Shield just stopping their entire engage.
Yes.
But back on that Kale point, I think it makes sense because either she just feeds and is worthless, or she hits, level 15 and just takes over the entire game and just wins. So, I guess rather even 13, it's much faster. But first priority pick here from Tribe Gaming, they lock in that Varus, so 80 carry priority to start things off, and the pool's already pretty pinched with things like Senna and Ziggs taken off the table.
And this was something that Talking was starting. He was like, this is kind of why we fell during the first day of Rift Masters to Immortals, right? They went into the lower bracket. From there, they had to fight for their lives throughout the entire tournament, and it was placing a lot of focus in Chuck and Dienzio. So best of ones, anything can happen. And for Tribe, what is their read on this, right? They want to play like the Chinese teams. Well, you got to be able to, put in that work and see what comes from the draft.
I don't think the Chinese teams are playing too much Nunu. But that is being hovered right now. Is it locked in? It's a unique jungler for sure. It changes how the Rift is played out. It's true. It matches the holiday. And it is locked in along with the J4.
Wow. Okay. You know what this means, Kangas? We're getting J4 top lane, which, if you're ever at home, wait, what?
Support. If you
Not
listen to
you
Smacks
too.
and the dark
Not you
technology,
too,
I'm
man.
a believer. I've experienced it in a game now.
No. I've experienced it too. I've lost many a marks because of this champion.
You had to
Specifically
lane
on my
with it, I
team.
guess.
Yeah. It's not great. But when I'm playing Renekton in the Baron lane, this champion's OP, man. This Jarvan support tech is OP. I love it. He comes to my lane level 2. We kill the enemy Baron laner. We get Rift Herald. Except when I'm playing, the Dragon lane duo, it's, I'd rather avoid this champion in my lane, personally.
I don't know if you'd want to play it into Thresh Varus either. That does not seem like one of the matchups that support J4 would go for. So that means, yes, leaning more towards that top lane J4. And Diana locked in for starting here. Classic, he played a lot of this champion at the Horizon Cup.
Okay, so they've got a really aggressive bot lane. We've got melee assassins for starting, which is what he made his name on here in Summoner Series. So here at the Fight Night, we're getting basically Tales old as time. Now, what do we see from Sentinels? Molly coming in. When we look at Sentinels, yeah, exactly. It was either Zed, it's a Kali. You think about Sentinels previously, it's control mages, right? Michael Udall was a huge player, the Galio, the Oriano specialty. And now here, it brings a whole different dynamic when you're playing against this team.
And that changes not just the dynamic in the lane and how the team wants to play through mid lane, but specifically the jungler too. Jungle mid is like you said, tale as old as time. That synergy is so necessary. And going from support, or rather kind of control mages to these assassins, that changes Sheesh's job as well. So might be why they're leaning towards that Nunu. But Morgana is locked in here, so we do see the priority placed on that. Should be going into that support role. I like it into the Thresh. You just Black Shield as soon as he's trying to hook in, or even if he lands a hook, you can Black Shield the Flay afterwards. So either way, you're getting value.
Now, we know, Molly has played some interesting stuff before. Could I interest you in a Morgana mid? It has a winning matchup into Diana.
That would not be interesting to me.
Oh, but Jarvan support is?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's a guy goes in. I think Gage is. Although
I
also
forgot. I'm
am,
talking to the Pantheon player. That's right. Never
I'm an
mind.
unabashed Morgana hater, so I believe I should probably state that before I continue giving Morgana opinions. It just shuts down all the champions I like to play, but it will be paired. Probably with that Caitlyn, you're right. It still could be flex into the mid lane. Talking about that matchup into Diana, Sentinels are holding their cards close to their chest. Tribe will have to essentially guess: is it going support? Is it going mid?
What are they going to get for the Baron lane here for Tribe Gaming? Because now they have to kind of lock up their top side, right? Pick what T-Tigers is going to go for. Riven is still available, but we're talking about wanting to kind of mirror what brought Dakun Gaming to being the #1 team in the world. It was at Jax, and so we get to see it here from Tribe.
And also the Darius in the Baron lane was very popular from a lot of the Chinese teams as well. Even the Southeast Asian teams were playing that. So I like this look from Tribe. The concern I have is this is a different patch, could be different meta. Maybe this is kind of them trying to force different styles, but I also do like that in an off season. Take the time to learn different styles and play in different ways. Exactly, especially when you have a new AD carry in on the map too. Riven.
Okay.
So
I mean, yeah,
mid lane Riven?
Okay, could still be Jarvan.
Could still be Jarvan support.
Yeah, I mean, Molly, if Molly really wants to play the Morgana, we know Nunu's going to the jungle. Okay, so it is Jarvan top. It is Riven mid. Hey, look! There you go, Kangas. You wanted a fun draft? Well, Christmas coming early yet again. Here's a gift.
I think this is the best of all the combinations Sentinels could have done. Because, like, going through it, it's like, yes, they could have done Riven top, J4 support, Morgana mid. Like, they could swap things up. But this one, when you look at the lanes that they're up against, I like this Dragon lane, and I like this mid lane now.
This is a really strong combination. And I like what you talked about earlier, where we're talking about the new job that Shisha is going to have. Looking back on the Summoner series, what was Shish playing a ton of? It was Camille, and it was a ton of Lee Sin. He no longer has to play these incredibly aggressive junglers. Can kind of sit back, play Nunu, farm it up. We take those free wins.
Sure. Yeah, let your mid laner do all that AD damage instead. Notable that Sheesh can still go back and play those if the draft needs it, but this just means that Sentinels have more tools in their arsenal here. Draft's locked in, and now we're loaded onto the Rift for the first best of one of the group stages. Reminder that we will, of course, also have enemy taking on immortals off stream, so we'll keep you updated on that one throughout the day and kind of have the matches updated. But this is it. We're kicking off the first ever fight night, Alk.
Oh, this is so cool. Awesome. You know, we're talking about bringing up North American grassroots attempt. I love it. Again, for anybody at home, if you're interested in this kind of thing happening, show your support and also sign up. It's not just like, hey, we're inviting the best teams, yada yada yada. This is a straight up, you sign up and you have a chance to play in this event alongside other invited teams, as well as, you know, the top dogs here.
This is the inaugural event, so this one was an invite for these teams just to kick off the spirit of the holiday, spirit of fight night. But yeah, make sure you follow that Twitter for more information on how to sign up for future events. Catching up, though, on the game currently right now, we see junglers starting on opposite sides here and pathing to now opposite sides of the map yet again. The Nunu slightly ahead of the Jax in the clear speed. It's pretty much to be expected.
Exactly. Jax is going to take a little bit before he can kind of slowly grow into that role as a monster carry, and for Sentinels, it's going to be really important for MTS to have a pretty strong performance on this Jarvan, right? You're going to try and at least lock up the Darius and the Varus, and hope that while Dienzio and Chuck are locked up, that T-Tigers can't do as much damage or kind of gets completely torn asunder thanks to Nunu and the Morgana.
But I am noting that, yes, the Varus is low mobility, but with that Thresh on top of him, the Lantern get out of jail free card means that Cataclysm is much less effective. It actually is kind of difficult to get onto Dienzio. You look at the tools that they have, Snowball is probably their best option. So Dienzio theoretically should have a pretty comfortable game.
It's all about where he can do damage, right? You look across the board, Dienzio is going to have to play pretty stationary when you look at like a Riven who's going to be on top of him. Nunu is just going to do normal Nunu things and just completely snowball over you if given the chance. I'm a little bit worried, I won't lie. Coming from the marksman point of view, I see Riven on enemy team, I start sweating.
True, but we got a 1v1 in the mid lane here. Starting throws out the ultimate, Molly holds it. And no one goes down, but health bars are traded. Beginnings is here, Sheesh as well, not spotted on wards yet. Actually, they would have been on that pixel brush, so they should be seen.
Ooh, so dangerous. Starting. Oh, we all saw that binding, and we're like, could this be something that happens? But a really important trade. They're not only forcing out an early back onto starting, but there's a barrier gone. So if Molly wants to kind of go back in, come back off of a reset, he does have a small advantage here in the lane.
Heavily won that trade. Yeah, I didn't even notice that barrier being down. But also needs to reset himself. So probably won't happen right now. Could happen at the Dragon. That's spawning here in 30 seconds. So is the Rift Herald. And as I say that, Molly's not resetting. Molly's actually... Okay, there we go. Now we'll reset.
There we go. Just needed to hit the recall button. The recall button is a little bit difficult sometimes. Look,
Stain?
he said it. He did it. Honestly, I respect that. Everybody at home, this has happened once. You see the wave, you go to reset, and you're like, one more wave, though. Just one more.
I disagree. I actually think it's a mistake. He went for the honey fruit in the river, and then now backs. If he had just backed immediately, he could be here. He could be here right now contesting for this scuttle, but now that's taken. So I actually think this is a big play from Tribe.
Ooh, it is possible. We'll have to see, because now we're even seeing lane switch ups, right? MTS is moving down. We see that their bot lane is trying to take priority, but Tiggs, he's just trying to do something here. He's trying to force maybe a summoner out from rest.
Yeah, the snowball comes through, but the Thresh Lantern deters the full committal right there. No one started the objectives, though. It's just vision around the area, and everybody's clumped up. We got battle lines drawn from each team, and no one will commit for the objective. Honestly, if you're Tribe, you have vision. You can contest this if they start it up, but you can also just start up this Rift Herald if you want right now. They have some pretty good wards placed across the river.
It looks like they're just going to go for the trade of objectives. They said, look, we did the Dragon Dance. Some people have some left feet, so we're not going to go for it. We're not going to contest. We see Tiggs already starting up the Rift Herald. Unless something happens here, Hook doesn't land, Diento could go in.
Yeah, this is ambitious. Oh, Molly actually gets flayed away. Max Screen flashes. Molly avoids the apprehend. Gets out of range. But Tribe have done enough. They've actually pushed Sentinels all the way off. This Sheesh is going to fall down in his own jungle. Actually smites to stay alive. Barely. With a very small health bar. But hey, damage is done. Tribe, they get the Herald, and now they're all the way back on the Dragon.
Alright, as OP as Consume might be, that is like the only good thing that happened there for Sentinels. They aren't able to do anything, and they don't utilize the 1-2 punch of this composition, which is you set up with the Morgana and the Jarvan to have your engage, and you just let Molly and Rest do their job.
Rest trying to bait out Tigers right now. They don't have the damage. That's still turret going down. Flash from Beginnings. He really wants this. Trying to hard commit right now. Starting says, I see Rest. Low health bar, but kite it away. No, Rest, don't walk into it. Don't walk into it. Oh, he's alive. That's a Morgana. That's his teammate. Never mind.
His teammate.
He's fine. He's fine.
Did you just get observer gapped? Did I just hear my co-caster think the Morgana was going to kill him? Look, the minion was doing work. The minion was straight up a 6 member there on Tribe, starting saw the kill. The minion, the caster minion was like, I'm in. He had the Tribe wave. He's actually in the wildrift club there. He's good friends with starting, but not able to connect on that.
I'm starting to feel like a caster mini myself, Alk, but here we go. Finding lanes in the mid lane, chained with the Caitlyn traps. Max Green gets chunked out. Trying to contest the mid-wave push.
Okay, I mean, Sentinels, really, they're just kind of playing catch-up at this point. Maybe they go for this play. I want to see what Sentinels can do because they have such a strong pick composition when they actually utilize the tools. And this is something that has kind of transferred over from the earlier roster we saw in Summoner Series, right? They had a lack of engage. They didn't have that go button. And that's kind of what we're kind of hoping with Molly to kind of be that initiator for the team.
Especially on something like a Riven. This is a champion that you can do that on. Yes. So not only what we expect from the player, but also what the team has drafted is lending towards that. Now T-Tigers invades the Krugs and gets away scot-free. Sentinels cannot collapse successfully here. And while, yes, they're up a kill, they are down in gold. It's about a 2,500 lead for Tribe here, and that's just from the objectives.
I mean, there's no plates taken away in bot side, and that's usually what we like to think of as Caitlyn. Caitlyn, superior range advantage, has really good wave clear alongside a lot of other of the marksmen in the class, and can play incredibly safe, has a bunch of tools, especially with that 90 caliber net and the traps. This is a champion that we want to see abuse that, and so far, Tribe's bot lane, D'Anzio and Max Green, have done an excellent job of neutralizing that.
You know, I don't know if we made the team sign any kind of clause, but it doesn't feel like
Oh!
fight night right now. As I say it, we got to fight right here. Molly in a 1v2 situation, gets to turret, stuns, starting.
Molly!
She's still alive? Molly, what is happening right now? He's not going to die. He's still up. Starting's alive, fighting.
No!
She hits the Crescent Strike and falls to ace in the hole. That was ridiculous, and it's not even over. It should be, though. Rest gets away.
Oh, debated by Black Shield. Beginnings is like, I've got you. And then, boom, it comes through. It breaks entirely through that shield, and it didn't even matter. Sentinels, they go up on the trade, and Molly just showing some of that expertise. When I got to talk to Starting before, he said that, I mean, Molly was basically the next up-and-coming mid laner, and Pierce, the coach, feels very much the same, that he is one of the best here in the region.
One of the most mechanically impressive players that we have, and that speaks volumes to potential of a player. If you can teach them, you know, how to watch the minimap, how to think macro, they already have thumbs. That's starting at a really good base here. Turret picked up there by T-Tigers, and Molly, speaking of thumbs, dancing around that Jax there. Does not keep the turret up, though, so these structures, they keep falling, and Tribe keep getting further ahead in gold.
You have to think again, Kangas, when we look at the game and we look at the draft that Tribe have gotten for themselves, the longer fights go, the better it is. You give Jax time to really ramp up in a fight. You give Darius time to apply that hemorrhage. Sentinels got to pick up the pace a little bit, go for an objective, look for an advantageous fight, and we might finally find a 5-on-5 team fight. Here it comes.
I mean, it's called Fight Night. Let's see if we can actually live up to that name here. T-Tigers looks for an engage. Black Shield stops the death sentence. Molly very far chunked down, though, but now they just turn all attention on to T-Tigers. Finding one. It's traded right back. Nunu trying to zone away right now, be that front line. Chuck jumps onto the back line, but look at MTS. He just goes forward. J4 dunking in on his Starting. The fight is completely split. Neither front line can go for it, but D'Enzio has to flash the wall, got separated from the rest of the team, and it's right back onto the objective for Sentinels.
It's how tanky they are. Starting's going back in. He doesn't have ultimate.
Oh, the binding lands, but the traps are following up. He jumps right into the trap. Starting. No, it's a straight line.
Wait, D'Enzio.
D'Enzio hits a 6 snipe right there, though. Taking down Beginnings in the pit right now. What can Chuck do here?
He stole it.
Sentence lands under rest. The steal comes through, and now the dunk for Chuck. Objective taken, kills secured, and that's Tribe more on the board. Molly jumping over the wall. He wants more kills, though. Thinks he can turn this for the team. T-Tigers is here. Molly's in trouble. Still alive. MTS trying to play bodyguard, but T-Tigers will find the kill.
Dude, D'Enzio is sick. He's going for it. Tigers, get him off the map. Tiggs, this is why we were so excited to see you in North America and on Tribe. But D'Enzio, man, this is the new signee for Tribe. He already has that inbuilt synergy with Max Green and T-Tigers, and it's reason why he's a world champion in other mobile esports, and he's trying to add that to his title here.
It looked a little risky when he had to flash to start off just to reposition with the team, but after that, utilized that range of the Varus very effectively. And now that's a second dragon to Tribe. 5,000 gold in the leader, close to it. Sentinels can look to crack this mid turret, though. It is very low here. Maybe another wave of effort, and they can try and get some more gold back in their pocket. But as of right now, Tribe are in a really strong position.
That was a fight that Sentinels started, right? Remember, they got into the Rift Herald pit. They were looking for it, and it was, I mean, to start, it was great for them. But D'Enzio, just time after time with the piercing arrows, steals the Rift Herald, kills Sheesh before the objective is started, and now they're going to get this mid turret. They even got the dragon after that. It's just everything heads up for them.
Starting flashing rather than taking the lantern. Every support's Bane right there, but the Rift Herald does charge the turret, and that is 3 outer turrets claimed for Tribe. Always focusing on those objectives. And I also want to bring attention, you're talking about D'Enzio, I again want to talk about Tiggs, the Jax player, learning how the international teams were playing this jungle Jax. A solid 1,000 gold ahead of anybody else on the Rift right now. This is essentially the Jax funnel strat.
Yes, this is basically how we saw Dakun Gaming and Hueba take control of Horizon Cup. Nothing's going to happen here. We're looking at the Jax, right? It's all about that just late game. No one can split against him. The Jarvan ultimate gets made a joke of right there thanks to the leap strike. Tiggs is so flexible. You have to think coming into North America and starting the Summoner Series, this guy was playing a lot of Camille, it was Lee Sin, and then at Horizon Cup, it was almost exclusively Vi, right?
Yeah.
We were seeing him commit to that style, and now here, coming out of Horizon Cup, they said that, hey, it felt like we had the wrong read on the meta, we had to relearn the game. So far here, I'm liking what I'm seeing, but again, it is just a best of one, and when you're this far ahead, at least so far, you're always gonna look good.
True. But hey, it's nice to see looking good with different styles that we don't usually associate with the team, because it means that they're learning, they're trying new things, and it's actually working for them right now. So far, Sentinels have not found a big purchase in this game. They had the initial player on the Herald, but even that was stolen from them. So yet to confirm a single objective, whether it's a Dragon, Rift Herald, or even a turret. Means there's a lot of standing gold on the map, sure, but they're going to have to find one wave to push in, one lane to actually prioritize.
Unless something goes horribly wrong here for Tribe and incredibly correct for Sentinels, they should never be able to get turrets here. As Molly, walk it out, buddy.
Oh, flashes, commits.
Oh my god.
Under the turret. Commits a little harder and only takes half of the health from the turret. Oh, that's just ridiculous. Also, flash out of rest. Things are not looking hot for Sentinels in this first game.
Oh man, as many things change, so do things stay the same, right? Tribe, they change out their bot laner, it's only one change. They go and kind of go for a different draft where I think, idealistically, this is basically a pretty normal draft for Tribe, except for the Jax on T-Tigers here. So, changing one thing at a time, you're moving the pieces slowly but surely. You were talking about it there, wanting to see new things from them, not trying to change everything all at once. It's a good look. They still need to close out the game, however, and it's looking quite dominant so far.
So far, they've been heavily prioritizing these dragons essentially off spawn. That first one took a little bit of time to actually hard commit onto, but 20 seconds on this next one, I expect Tribe to put their eyes there.
They have to go for this, right? Like, it is a Cloud Drake. If they really wanted to, they can try to take this last tier, or this tier 1 in the top side, just get rid of this turret. And you see already, what does Sheesh do at this point, Kangas? It might be Fight Night, but right now, it's a Dark Night here for Sentinels. They are not enjoying their first game here.
It's cloudy, it's raining, it's a sad night for sure. Let's see if Sheesh can get into the pit right now. Walking forward, max screen. Has a lot of CC, and Dragon's already down to 1,500 health. Sheesh can't even get close enough to attempt to steal. Now the death sentence lands. The fight started. MTS jumps straight onto Dienzio. You got to watch these backliners, though, because look, it's starting. Jumps onto Sentinels, and Tribe have positioned so well in this fight. Starting still live, just finally goes down right now, but it's just a complete slaughter for Tribe. They defended their backline while killing the opponents. And they get the objective. They get
everything. It's looking like a quite starry night here for Sentinels, as they're going to get almost completely aced at the Dragon. The Rift Herald is Tribe's. They're going to redeploy onto the map. And Kangas, it is just a final death march away from Tribe, going 1-0 at the start here.
In best of ones, you got to put it all on the line. Top two will go on to that finals and have a chance to compete for the big cash prize here. Everybody gets something. But it's looking like Tribe are off to the races. They have not skipped a beat since they're taking first place at the latest Rift Masters that they participated in. And again, doing that tournament with different looks as well, trying out different drafting styles throughout that entire tournament. I love seeing teams come back from international events and actually look good. We have kind of a bad reputation in North America of teams coming back and then not being as good. But Tribe have not skipped a beat.
Well, again, we have to also kind of cast our minds as to what does North America look like. We might not even get that chance right now, as Rest is trying to play the ultimate survival game as a marksman, where everyone is so fed that they just one-shot you and you're really far behind.
Oh my
Dienzio just basically outranges him. He's like 3 phones away at this point.
Can't even see those arrows out of your screen until they're touching you. Bottom inhibitor turret is claimed, and now T-Tigers, he just commits for it. Oh my goodness. He's got Guardian Angel, so he will survive through this. He even pops up the Zanyas, fighting under the Nexus. This is absolutely insane. Fight Night Game 1 goes to Tribe.
Getting ready to be, getting ready for the best of 5 already. We're going to watch this team evolve throughout the series here, but taking the first win against Sentinels, for Tribe, I'm sure that's exactly what you're expecting, but still, it is just blue dominance. You look at the timeline there. It is every single thing went their way.
17 minutes, 10.5k gold advantage. I will say Sentinels were hanging in a couple of those early game fights. They did have a kill lead throughout most of the game. But it wasn't about the kills, it was about the objectives, the turrets, the dragons, the Rift Heralds, and those were all going Tribe's way, and that is how you win games of Wild Rift.
It was almost a Sentinels Rift Herald. And
True! They were so close!
Yeah, and then this like really young, cocky 80 carry player somehow takes it for some reason. It's pretty good, and it's definitely, at that point, it felt like Sentinels were like, oh, that was our last chance in the game. Okay, well... Damn.
Essentially. But we did still see some pretty cool stuff. Molly in laning phase against Starting did pretty well. Had that insane play in that Baron lane too. So I think the Molly experiment here, if we want to call it that, from Sentinels. I mean, you're up against Tribe. What more can you say? They're a tough opponent for sure, if not the toughest you can possibly go against. I think Molly's looking pretty good. I actually liked the look of Sentinels there for most of that game.
Remember, Chonk Chortle, they were big upsets in the Summoner Series finals, right? They made a pretty deep run where I think a lot of people would have said, oh, they're 7th, 8th. Cool, knock them out. They did pretty well for themselves. And so Molly, again, showing up, I see why, you know, the coaching staff has already kind of put a lot of faith in this player. It's something that Pierce was telling me, their coach is just... hope to see a lot of teams kind of stick with their rosters. It's what plagued some of the top 4 teams that we saw throughout the Summoner Series in North America. And if they can make it through the issues, work through the problems that they're finding as a team, I think North America will just be stronger as a whole for it.
It's a catch-22, right? It's so early in the Wild Rift esport that sometimes teams are willing to just change up the roster quickly, because we saw a lot of roster changes throughout the Summoner Series. But also, you're kind of losing out on the investment in one roster, getting everybody on the same page. But regardless, that's the game 1 in the books. Everybody, let's take a look at the teams and see how everybody's doing. Immortals versus Enemy is still going right now, Alk. That one has not been decided, so that's got to be like an 18-plus minute game at this point.
It's a grudge match as well. This is literally our 3rd place match from the Summoner Series finals being played out immediately. They want to try and show themselves. Enemy, obviously, losing after being the 2nd place team here in the region for so long, and Immortals most recently, even just at the end of Summoner Series, taking a massive upgrade in terms of their performance, right? They went straight into being 2nd place, and then afterwards, all the Rift Masters tournaments after Horizon Cup, they've been smashing all of them.
Yeah, they took what, the first 2 Rift Masters?
Yes, they did all the qualifiers. They got through them. They won those, and then they got into playoffs. They just smashed Tribe as well.
Absolutely. It was incredible. Fun stuff to see, but let's catch everybody up on what happens between Immortals and Enemy after this break. We'll be taking breaks between games because, of course, we need every team to finish up their matches before we can get into the next one. So stick with us. We'll be right back for Game 2 after this.
Oh, that's me.
Oh, hi.
It's actually literally, that's me. Introducing Fight Night Rift, a bi-weekly Wild Rift event hosted by GiantSlayer. 4 teams will be invited to compete in a round-robin best-of-1 format, where the top 2 teams in the round-robin will play in the finals to decide the winner of that week's Fight Night. And the best part of it all, anyone can join. Head over to GiantSlayer.tv/WR to sign up and have a chance to be invited to compete in the next Fight Night. Our hope with the Fight Night Rift is to create a place to develop North American talent in a grassroots environment. Will you be the next Fight Night Rift champion? We'll see you on the Rift.
Hello, everybody. We're back for game 2 of our Fight Night Wild Rift Holiday Special, of course. This is the inaugural event, of course. We're kicking things off with 4 teams. 2 won their first games and 2 lost their first games. Alk, you want to catch us up on what happened off stream between Enemy and Immortals?
Enemy won, which I think a lot of people, if you were to look at Rift Masters, you just said, wait, they won? Immortals were so sick, though. What happened? They may have gotten 3-0'd by Tribe, but so did everybody else in North America. Nothing new there. This is a new bot lane for Enemy. What happened? Well, looking at the post-game screens, it kind of looks like everybody kind of barely played pretty decently. It's about 19 minutes, which is not too far off of our game 1 here that we saw against Sentinels for Tribe.
Yikes, giving Pantheon a lower win rate, so already breaking my heart a little bit there.
Man.
We did get to see Zed versus Diana, though, in the mid lane. That's pretty cool. And both of them very close in stat lines, actually. 4-2-8 for Truth, 4-3-5 for Hoon. So, yeah, I mean, it's sad that we didn't get to watch that one. But, of course, we will get at least 1 game from every team throughout the day. Because next up, we actually have Immortals now off of a loss to Enemy going up against Tribe Gaming here, Alk. Now, recently, this has become a really hype match, not just because of the end of the Summoner series, but also because of the most recent Rift Masters.
Yes, especially now. I mean, Immortals, they basically destroyed Tribe Gaming in their first set, and then coming into the second set when they face them in the finals of the Rift Masters event, they just got completely demolished. Tribe came in renewed. They had a pretty good idea with what they wanted to do afterwards, and especially them playing in the lower bracket. Immortals, they had all that time to watch tape, and they weren't able to take them down.
But when you were catching up with some members of Tribe ahead of the matches tonight, you said something that kind of resonated with me. Tribe's goal right now is not to win currently. It's not to beat NA teams the way that they were beating them in the Summer and Summoner series, because they noticed that it didn't work against the international teams. Their goal is to make sure that they are in a better spot so that they can beat those international teams. And already in game 1, we saw a different look. We saw the Jax jungle coming out for them. So I don't put too much weight on Immortals getting a 2-0 over them in the upper bracket in Rift Masters, because of course Tribe, they're trying new things. They're trying different styles, and they're trying to grow as a team. It's expected you're going to drop a couple sets.
It's also their first time winning a Rift Masters event. If we kind of cast our minds all the way back, they lost the first Rift Masters event that had a bunch of the other teams. They had a top 4. They didn't end up winning that one. It was Enemy who won that. So, I mean, if Tribe, they finally have won, like you said, talking to T-Tigers, he said that, look, this team, we're going to drop sets throughout the year. That's just an inevitable thing. But our goal is to be a team that can proudly represent North America internationally and finally actually get a win. Let's start there. Let's start with 1 win, like a full set series win against a team internationally, and then we can work towards getting out of groups.
There we go. Baby steps. Baby steps.
Yes.
But of course, in order to get that opportunity, you do need to win North America again for whatever the future format looks like, the next international event. Usually, you at least have to be number 1 in the region, or you want to be number 1 in the region, if not like top 2, top 3, depending on how many teams are there. But let's see if Tribe have done their homework here against Immortals now, because they 3-0'd in that grand finals, and Immortals definitely will be out for blood as we pull up the draft right now, getting into pick and ban here. If you had to recap us, Alk, what are the big things to keep our eyes on in pick and ban phase for these 2 teams? Either anything that you noted from Rift Masters or just kind of current form for these teams.
I want to see Rocky Zoro on a carry. He looks really, really good on Camille, and it's something that I think Chuck has struggled with throughout even just Rift Masters when we saw, I want to see Rocky Zoro on a carry. We've talked, even during Summoner Series, we were like, this guy on Malphite, this guy on Gragas. Well, in the enemy game, he played Gragas, and Alui absolutely gapped him. And to be fair, Alui is one of the better Baron laners that we have in the region. But if we start to see a Baron lane matchup where Rocky Zoro is set up for success, I think we have a really exciting game for us.
All right, Rocky Zoro on the carry. That's probably not something that a lot of fans out there would expect to hear kind of the request to be. But if it's the angle that gets Immortals that victory, utilizing that matchup against Chuck, who arguably is going to have the weaker laning phase out of the 3 lanes that Tribe Gaming are rocking. It's a strat for sure, but banning it with a Nunu from T-Tigers, not something I had initially expected.
I don't know what strategy this is for protecting, because usually when you ban away the Nunu, especially on blue side, you're thinking, okay, this is a really comfort pick champion. This is a champion that we want to get rid of for a strategy that we're trying for. I don't know if I'm really confident in T-Tiger's ability to not only play Nunu, but also have like a really sick one, like a pocket pick Nunu. So
maybe it's just like the tilt pick. Maybe Immortals are like, no, we can't. We tilt when we play against that one. Get it off the table.
Can't deal with that. It's a free farmer. I wonder if this is also just protecting Yikes. Yikes, afterwards, you got to see the event in Las Vegas. I'm forgetting the name already, but
Nexus
this guy,
Nightmares.
Yes, this guy on Graves was sick.
He was pretty nuts. Didn't end up winning the whole thing. That actually did go over to Truth, but Yikes did have a great performance regardless. But going up against T-Tigers, this jungle matchup will be interesting to note here, especially with things like Olaf taken off the table now as well. And we don't see Morgana yet again here. I like how Morgana was banned and then immediately Thresh was banned afterwards, because Morgana is kind of the counter to that one. So you're right, Alk. Immortals immediately go towards that Camille for Rocky Zoro.
And we've seen North America stay pretty stalwart when it comes to just keeping Camille around, if not in the Baron lane. Even after the nerfs, they were like, we're still going to play her in the jungle. To some of our chagrin, I will say.
Success.
I've not been I've not been the biggest fan of this champion in the jungle, but hey, if it wins, it wins, and, you know, egg on my face if it does. Or eggnog, I should say.
Ooh, I like that. The holiday callouts. Senna and Galio locked in. It's a classic dragon lane duo, not too exciting, but still, it's powerful. It allows you other areas of your draft. And now that you said eggnog, I'm just craving that. So thanks, Alk. And I'm
really?
Just completely distracted. Are you not an eggnog guy?
No, I'm not. I mean, Braum probably is, but not me. I think you already are basically our real life Braum that we have. So you two probably get along really, really well. But
I don't know if Braum's lore has eggnog included in it, but it should. I feel like anybody from the
has to. He has a
eggnog.
Santa Braum skin. You're literally Santa Braum. He's got eggnog in there.
True.
He has to.
Eggnog is top 5 drinks of all time, though, and I will die on that hill. Not even holiday drinks, just drinks of all time. And I will fight you over that. The TF and the Braum locked in here for Immortals. I'm going to get off that topic because I'm sure that nobody agrees with me on that one. But a lot of CC locked out on the side of Immortals, and that TF to back up the Camille in the side lane feels like they're just doubling down on this Rocky Zoro carry right now.
They want to play towards the top side. You have a really, really powerful Invade level 1 now here for Immortals. The Twist of Fate gold card. Braum Camille is a deadly, deadly duo. So now, what do they pair for? I like how Tribe, they've kind of taken away really strong bot lane picks. When we think of Dienzio and Max Green, I think Dienzio, you probably think of Xayah. You can maybe think of the Varus. I really liked his Senna throughout the Summoner series. This guy was just popping off. He's flashing forward. He's playing aggressive.
Yeah.
And if we're talking about playing away from the bot lane, Galio and Senna is basically made for that.
It allows everywhere else on the map to pop off. And now Immortals are kind of identifying that too. They're saying, let's get rid of these Baron laners that will match up into that Camille. Take away the Darius, take away the Mundo. Pantheon ban from Tribe Gaming. Good. Interesting.
Good. If you don't remember, everybody from Summoner series, every single series, we were like, okay, is Yikes going to play Pantheon jungle?
Yep.
Because it was so annoying. He would either 1v9 the game, do a little bit of sprinting, down the rift. When that happens, you're playing Pantheon. You got one note.
If you carry on Pantheon, it's just called you found the angles. If you int on Pantheon, my roommate calls that the Kangle, because that is unfortunately typically how my experiences go. But it would have paired with that TF and the Camille, so off the table. Renekton on the table for Tribe Gaming. I mean, you can ban away Baron laners all day as Immortals, but there will be another carry for Chuck to play.
How is Renekton made it through. Renekton was one of the most broken Baron laners, still, I think, provides such a consistent role for the Baron lane to kind of be a huge bruiser and still get into the backline and have kill threats. So surprised to see that this champion has made it all the way into our second game and just kind of sitting there and is really good blind still.
Yeah, I feel like all this focus on just kind of throwing bans around it, I guess arguably other top prio picks here means that sometimes those other picks make it through. Jax locked in again for Tribe. Alec, this is 2 games in a row where we're going to see that Jax jungle.
GG. I mean, I don't want to call it just from draft, but man, Jax is so turbo broken versus Immortals. Let's think about this from like a top-down view. Jax already has the counter matchup versus Camille, so that's one.
Sure.
Wukong, Twisted Fate can't deal with Jax either, and Caitlyn, we already saw game 1 of that. Rest wasn't able to get away from this guy, and I doubt it's going to be much different of a story here. I think T-Tigers kind of showing off Jax. It's probably, again, not going to be in that similar style that we saw on Horizon Cup, but just the baseline kit of this champion does so much, gets so much value from those mortals.
It does, and this is still a slightly different look from Tribe with the Senegalio combo on top of that Jax jungle, which, in my opinion, only further enables the Jax. It's defensive if Jax is in trouble. It can follow up on the Jax if he's getting aggressive later in the game, especially split pushing in a side lane, because that's kind of what you want to do. Yes, you're in the jungle, but eventually you will end up in a side lane and actually be the one threatening those turrets. And we saw Tribe were willing to do that in that game 1 and pulled it off. So I think it's cool that now we get our second look at Tribe Gaming trying this. Immortals, though, is the Iraqi Zoro kind of like heavy focus going to be enough here? I mean, they really need this Camille to start snowballing.
All eyes on me. All eyes on me, says Iraqi Zoro, right? This is a guy that, I mean, hey man, Immortals made it to Horizon Cup, right? They made it, they got out of second, they may have lost second place, but they got all the way over there, you know? They had a Rocky Zoro on the analyst desk. He got to participate as well, so...
He made it further than Tribe did. Sorry, that was in poor taste. Anyway,
I like
we
it.
have heard from production that there was a crash in the game, so we're doing what we can to get loaded into game number 2. We might be a little late logging into it, but we'll get in as soon as we can. But that just gives us some more time, Alec, to keep trashing on no, I'm just kidding.
Technically, so did we. We technically made it further than Tribe did. NA made it to quarters,
NA
boys.
represent.
Exactly. You and Sam got to do the other quarterfinals. Me and Rafa were sitting up there. NA made it to quarters, boys. It may have not been the same in the same fashion.
We had pastry time casting a semifinals match, too. So.
Yeah, but he's OS. Does that count? Are we counting OS?
Not in wildrift, I suppose. But we are loaded into the game. And yes, already a minute 30 on the clock. You might be confused as to why there's level 3 on a lot of characters. There was a crash, so we just had to reload into it ourselves on the production end. But now, at least there's no early kills. You talked about the strong level 1 of Immortals. Does not look like they got anything for it.
Okay, so now Immortals, let's take a look at what their composition wants to do. They do still have strong team fight, and they can play in 2 different kind of styles. It is either going to be in that team fight where we're playing around objectives. We need to be first on the play, which is probably going to require earlier recalls than necessary from what we would see from Tribe. But with Caitlyn and with this Braum setup, you should be able to look for team fights, especially then since you have kind of your front line in Iraqi Zoro's Camille and this Wukong. The other style that I'm interested to see if they go for is you send Wukong to be basically a turbo maniac, and you're diving people. You're diving with this Camille.
Yeah.
You're playing with Twisted Fate priority, and you're looking to try and take control of the solo lanes.
I like that idea. That one sounds fun.
I like it too.
That sounds like a fight night style right there. And I'm not going to lie, that game number 1, it was a bit of a snooze fest for the first 8 minutes of the game. Hoping this one's a little higher tempo here, but we saw some vertical jungling happening there. Each jungler invading each other concurrently, but T-Tigers actually comes out a little bit ahead because Dienzio and Max Green walk up and push away Yikes. That means Jax will have a slight XP lead in the early game.
And look at this now, T-Tigers, he's just like, okay, we're looking for something. My starting is able to get a little bit of priority here. Let's see what they can do. Important thing for here now, look at how they're trading. Thank you for the picture-in-picture.
Wow.
Thank you, observers there, getting a small health advantage, maybe trying to force out Chuck and get his honey fruit. but we're gonna have to watch what Hoon does. It is that first ultimate that I think determines how Immortals will be able to play this game out as it goes on.
I'm watching T-Tigers right now, just like the observers are, going for a prolonged invade.
What is
Has
this?
camps in the top side of the map, by the way. Still here. This actually could be rough right now. Charm, did he spot him? Oh, he did.
Oh!
But now they
Charm.
have TF ultimate coming in. T-Tigers could be in trouble. Hoon has joined in. Now Charm walking forward. That's a big ultimate right there. We got a full-on team fight before the Dragons even spawned. And no one's going to hard commit for this, but maybe they can get T-Tigers. Has to flash back over the wall. Heal used by Immortals. Stun lockdown max screen. And he walks away too. Nobody falls. Are you kidding me?
Kangas, I think they failed the first rule of Horizon Cup. Which is, what was the one thing that we learned about Jax throughout the tournament?
He scales.
Okay, what was the second thing that we learned?
Okay.
No, the second one. What was the second one?
The second one. He is really scary.
Okay, Counter-Strike is not an engage tool. It is defensive.
Yes, but
That
what
is
if
the
you do
huge
this?
mistake they make. Yes, this. Now he doesn't have Counter-Strike.
Now he doesn't have Counter-Strike. All right.
Wait, Starting's
Can
killing.
he actually win this? That's a lot of damage right there. Starting just straight up 1v1ing Hoon. Gets barrier out of him. And also Max Green's joined in as well. Now everybody commits from Tribe. Kill onto Yikes. That means no contest for this Rift Herald right now. Small stutter, but we're back into it right now with Max Green. Low on health, double kill to Chuck. Did he also take the Herald? Chuck, that was insane. He gets out.
Oh my god, Chuck! What is up with Tribe players and stealing Rift Heralds? Okay, everybody, this is why probably Nunu's banned. Just take away Nunu, try to do something. Maybe Sentinels weren't able to find success with Sheesh, but someone has to take a Rift Herald away from them. Tribe are just getting everything on the map, second game in a row now.
My goodness, that is absolutely insane. Chuck saving the play. It looked good for Immortals for a second there. They had more members at the fight. Now they're going to rejoin for this Dragon. And it doesn't look like Tribe will contest this.
They can't. Starting's in base. T-Tigers is on the top side doing his Rift Herald. Or sorry, doing his Raptors. I wonder if they're going to try to contest for this. The Dragon's taking a really long time.
And look, Chuck had the Herald, and nobody's topside, so Chuck can just push this in right now into the pit. Can they steal it away
They're gonna kill
again?
Yikes?
Tribe! They don't get the objective, but Yikes should fall. That's one kill over now. Yume cannot keep the team alive. Immortals, 4 on the map, but they lose that top turret.
What are they doing? Immortals, this is when we've got to start being a little more critical of you guys. You guys spent all of this time to get the Ocean Drake, to get that objective into your back pocket. You lost a top tier 1, so now Chuck is ahead, and now you're going to lose your tier 1.
Okay, doesn't die on this wave, but it should the next one right now. Iraqi Zoro could chase down. Starting just... Okay, straight up kills Guma. All right,
okay,
yeah, hashtag ultimatum. Chuck locked down into the Dominus, and Max Green actually with the counterplay right now. Iraqi Zoro needs to get out of dodge. Chuck could be in trouble, but so much burst damage on the Yikes. Where did his health bar go? Double kill to Tigers.
The Christmas Matryoshka dolls. It's just like, oh, Camille's here. Now there's a Galio inside. Now there's a TF and there's a Wukong. But Immortals, they fall one by one. Kind of lemmings to the slaughter here. They're just going in limbo. Just, hey, one person wants to go down. Okay, well, Iraqi Zoro's going to go and follow up. And what was a huge swing of gold here for Tribe. Kangas, we're 7 minutes in. 7,000 almost in the lead for them. They got a tier 1. They solo killed the enemy AD. And they got the mid-tier 1 finally.
It's just dominoes falling. It's not even like a decently set up, like, oh, beautiful, make a picture out of the dominoes as they fall. This is like a cranky kid just came over and had a tantrum, just sweeps the dominoes off of the table and says, no, we're playing Legos now, building up a tower, and that is Tribe. They're even finding Iraqi Zoro right now. He's locked down. Can he get over this wall? Okay, he makes it there, but now starting, continuing the chase. Charm's there with a shield. Gets out, but, I mean, look at how much damage he just took from that.
And from here, Kangas, we had set up that Iraqi Zoro should be a strong point for Immortals. But after that Rift Herald, and after the first 7 minutes of the game, he's been taken out of this. Unless he's able to find a huge flank onto someone like Dienzio, who will not have flash, after a summoner has been blown. Camille basically does nothing now. She doesn't have flash. She's down gold into her lane opponent. And that, I think, takes away a lot of the scariness and a lot of the kill threat that a Camille should have.
She's down gold into starting as well. So both
Yep.
lanes that she can match up into, she's going to have a really rough time. 2,000 behind Chuck, though. That's the notable one. So it's actually Hoon that's matched up against Chuck right now. And the rest of Immortals kind of grouping around this bottom side of the map. But with all outer turrets taken, the Rift belongs to Tribe.
This is just so interesting to me because now, like, Immortals, what happened? You won all of these qualifiers, right? And this is best of one. You know, just to kind of hamper down a little bit, it is best of one. Things happen. But it just is like a string of what feels a little bit like, you know, like unlucky events maybe. Just a string of losses that all happen concurrently. And this is their play now. They know that starting is there. They use the Destiny Gate, start up this Rift-Tailed. Please, Tribe, do not steal another Rift-Tailed if you want Immortals to stay mentally in this game.
I think that's on Tribe's agenda. I checked their calendar, Alec, and it actually says objective steal number 3 for the day, coming up here at 6:02 p.m. PST. So,
well,
set your alarms, everybody.
They may have gone
2 minutes on the clock, engaged from Max Green. That's a triple taunt right there to start things off. Charm trying to frontline right now. Iraqi Zoro buying time for the rest of the team to kite back, but Yikes goes in, decides to kite back himself. Now Iraqi Zoro hit by the root, stunned up. Now Chuck has a Dominus pop, ace in the hole. He's pretty low. This actually could go heads up for Immortals right now. They have the health bars to go for this.
Iraqi,
the fight is a little split, but look at T-Tigers here. Iraqi goes in, and T-Tigers with flank, starting with the engage. Onto the back line, Guma has to run, and T-Tigers just chasing him down. 4 for 0, all over the Tribe.
Oh man, you may not be able to see it, it's not as flashy, but Max Green on this Galio is putting in so much work for his damage dealers to just completely ruin this fight for Immortals. And 10 minutes in, Kangas, they've got the Rift-Tailed, they've got the Dragon now in their back pocket they can take at any time. Tribe, it's like they haven't skipped a beat. Maybe the Horizon Cup, they kind of just like, they blinked and they're like, oh, we're back home, we're not in Singapore anymore. And they just are back to beating everybody in North America.
They're 11,000 gold in the lead, sub 11 minutes. This is a more than 1,000 gold per minute lead that they are accumulating right now. Should turn into another dragon, another taunt from Max Green. Most of that damage, though, onto the second monkey from that Wukong. So Yikes gets out relatively unscathed, but I don't think that Immortals can do anything. Like, if this dragon just started by Tribe, what are they going to do? Just watch them take it?
Immortals, born too late to try to play for side lane, born a little too early to play for team fights.
Oh,
and it is literally just like solo kill. This is the one of the the lessons that we learned from Cueva's Jax is who faces him in the side lane. Tigers,
very few people, maybe 4 people, maybe all 4 members that are still alive for Immortals can actually get that kill. They do find a shutdown. That's big.
All right, well, Cueva, Jax is built for maybe 1-on-1, maybe a 1-on-2. I don't think he's built for 3. He doesn't have a real weapon. If he had one, maybe that fight goes a little different.
Maybe you have 2 more items in T-Tigers' belt, and he could do something in that scenario. But regardless, I don't think it changes much of the outcome of the game. It's still a 10,000 gold lead for Tribe. They still have this dragon as an option. Really, all it bought for Immortals was a little bit of time. What can they do with it? Engage on a Chuck right now. If they can burst this Renekton down, he's still alive. They can't kill Chuck. It's just impossible. As Max Green looks for the re-engage, starting now, jumping in. Doesn't have the Moonfall, but still has damage. Following up, going forward, stunned up now, but just not taking damage. That shield putting in work right there. And now T-Tigers has rejoined in. Back into the fight. Back spawned onto the Rift. And now a rampage for Dienzio, getting 3 kills in that fight. 14-4 on the board, Alk.
It's like a 20-second team fight. Allows for T-Tigers to respawn and come back out and just end up cleaning that fight. Hoon and Gume, can they try to make the play? TPs are coming in. Can they find it?
Ooh, Iraqi Zora looked for the steal. Couldn't find it. That's a big engage from Yikes, though. Triple champ knock-up. 1 kill picked up. Gold card lands. Stasis used. Max Green here. He can do it. He can push Hoon off. All right, nicely done for Max Green. And T-Tigers is still alive, by the way. Straight up 1v1 in Iraqi Zoro. Hoon, Destiny's in. Max Green's still playing bodyguard.
Teleports.
Hoon finally gets the kill. Gold card in onto Max Green. Nice body block from Yikes right there as starting teleports in, but cannot turn the play.
Again, it may have gone down with his life. They may have finally gotten a few kills there onto Tribe. But it is Max Green again on this positioning for Galio. Starting.
What are you doing? Iraqi Zoro. Oh, he dodged
Oh,
the
no, no,
damage!
no!
Iraqi Zoro! Hextech ultimatuming over the Moonfall.
Oh my god. Okay, the mechanics are there. The gold may not be, but at least Immortals are playing to their outs here on these fights. Saying, Stardy, you can't do that. You can't just dive us 1v4. Yeah, your turret may be gone, but you're not going to be able to make that trade. Exciting there to see that there are signs of life for Immortals, but Tribe, they still have their hand on the pulse of this game. They should be able to lead this out and just close it from here.
And the scary thing is, Immortals still have essentially the same win condition. Play through this Camille, who is still 2,000 gold behind both Starting and Chuck. You're not going to win a 1v1 in that side lane. You will need the team to bail you out. I'm looking at Hoon on this TF, getting around the map, making these cross-map plays, maybe even crazy plays like give up the Baron so that you can get a pick on the other side of the map and then fight the 5v4. Those are the kinds of Hail Marys that Immortals needs to be thinking about.
They've got item completions, Kangas, and oh, it's not looking scary. I don't want to count the chickens before they've hatched. Tribes still are looking dominant in this game, and a lot of the gold that we saw is still there in advantage for a lot of their team members. So they have to be able to catch Tribe out in the side lanes, especially now with Destiny Gate popped. Tigers, what are you doing?
This is big. Bud? Tigers is alone. They saw because
Lock
of Destiny. Out. Okay, no, he's got a turret. He's fine.
It's like Jax, man. You just leap strike out. Walk it out. You get the MP4 on your phone for it.
Do they dive? I mean, the turret's very low. Starting Skira, though, this would be a massive engage if you can find it. Yikes. With the first knockup, Galio goes in. Starting is exhausted, but still has the ultimate. Has not used that yet. Watch for Starting on the flank right now. Everyone's just buying space for him. Everybody's landing these slow. Starting's going to go in for it. Get flashes preemptively. They don't even need Starting engage. Just the threat of the Diana is enough to cause chaos. He catches out Charm. Very far forward, though. The rest of the team is there to do damage, but Immortals cannot find a kill trade.
Man, MVP for Immortals, even though they lose that fight, Gume and Charm, their bot lane here for Immortals, do such heavy work to try and stop this from being a massive loss. Tribe, they're going to grab this Baron. Hoon is probably just going to be annoying to try to deal with if he's throwing out wild cards, but even on the opposite side here, Chuck is taking turrets non-stop here.
And that, you know, when I had said get a pick and then fight it for the 5v4, that didn't mean get picked, unfortunately, or
a pick did occur. Does that count?
I don't even know if that was a pick. It was just an overstay. They thought maybe they could get T-Tigers because the Destiny showed everybody from Tribe mostly on the bottom side of the map. T-Tigers essentially alone. But everybody can run up. I mean, the Wild Rift is not that big of a map, so you know, you can't just assume, oh, nobody's coming for us once that Destiny goes down. And T-Tigers bought enough time. Well done from Tribe. Now, getting back that gold lead. It's only 8,000. They were at 11,000 at one point, but still, you know, it's coming back.
Yeah, but the Baron, you have to think, look at the completed items, right? We have a bunch of Zonias have been finished for Tribe. They can march down mid lane. Starting doesn't even need to be here. He can go and start up the Dragon for his team.
Oh, but that means a 5v4. That means a 5v4 right now for Immortals. They see the angle and they're going for it, but the teleport in from Starting, the re-engage from Tribe, and it's just so hard to deal with this kind of gold lead. Under the turret goes Starting, trying to find that engage. T-Tiger's now flashing back over the wall, doesn't want to die to the turret. Very low health bars on Tribe. Is it enough? Can they crack the base? Dienzio's not going to stick around. Immortals, they've defended.
Blinking HP bars, 300 HP on that inhibitor. What are they? Wow. Oh my god. Twisted Fate, just to give them vision here. Starting is not there. It'd have to be a really tight fight here.
Oh, this is big.
Gold card.
They can actually look for this over the wall. The poke lands. Hoon, missing the
no smite though.
No smite. Iraqi Zora's into the pit. Can he seal this? Can he do it? No! Iraqi Zora locked down. That's Elder to Tribe. That should be game right there. That is just back-breaking as Immortals are now corralled away from their base into the bottom lane. And Tribe continuing their dominance in North America, saying it was a fluke, the 2-0 at Rift Masters Immortals. 3-0 in the finals, now winning this best of one. You got to imagine the game will end here.
Tribe with just pure confidence here, knowing that they are the better players so throughout the map. And they just say, second place who? We're Tribe Gaming, boys. We stick with the Tribe. Yikes. Gets wiped off the map. And Kangas, we're going to a third set in our group stage with Tribe 2-0.
You know what? It makes sense why Twitter voted to watch Tribe throughout the day, everybody. Not only are they the defending North American champions from Summoner Series, but also just dominant performances across the board from so many of these players. That gold graph, it dipped back a little bit. Yeah, oh, God.
It's 22-8, man. It's not balanced.
That's a rough one. Yeah. Props to Immortals for fighting till the end, though. They didn't give up. They didn't buckle. They didn't surrender. They had that little dip. I mean, look at that gold. It tells the story of Immortals' potential comeback, but then getting caught in the top lane, losing that Baron, and then it was downhill from there. But Zio, baby, man. 5-1-12.
There's, again, they had one win condition in my mind, and it was let this Camille be a terror in the team fights later on in the game. And it's just that first Rift Herald play completely removes Iraqi Zoro from being a relevant team member in this. And for Chuck, a good game, who I think was getting a lot of criticism after Horizon Cup for their individual performance. And even during the Rift Masters Invitational that we just saw, Chuck looking a little under the weather. One way to assuage that is just give him a Rift Herald, give him first turret pretty early on in the game, and remove his lane opponent.
How about a 2,000 gold lead at the end of laning phase?
Feels
pretty good. Feels pretty good. A lot of specific players there from Tribe popping off, but Zio, I know I said it right afterwards, but on the Senna, this is a pick he's known for, and it's awesome to see that he's still got it there on Tribe. I actually got a chance to chat with him a little bit before going into the games today, and I just asked him, like, what was it like joining Tribe? Yeah, I mean, this is the #1 team in North America. Is there pressure behind that? He said the biggest pressure was just proving that he is a mechanical player. Like, he can hang with the top dogs, essentially. That he is as good as these other players on Tribe. I think already that it's that's being proven here. But
he's doing a fantastic job. Tribe,
undefeated Alk. They're going into their third game in the group stages. Enemy are their next opponents. And let's take a look at how everything's been shaken up across the Rift here. We're actually going to do that after we come back from break, because we can catch up on the match that's happening off stream. So stick around. We'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back, everybody. 2 games in the books. And Tribe undefeated right now, Alk, with a swift 2-0 of both their opponents, ending both of their games before the other non-streamed games have finished. So they're looking to speedrun this event.
Tribe are trying to put in for AGDQ, right? They're just doing all the things. They're trying to make sure that the winter section is ready. I wouldn't say this is for charity, because $500 in my back pocket, as we take those, we pocket that every single time.
Especially some nice cash.
Starting, I mean, if you haven't been watching his stream, he just got like a phone cooler. I know I was telling you this the other day, but he just like, it looks like a huge fan, just like straight up mounted on his phone.
A phone cooler.
And
what kind of phone is he rocking that he needs a phone cooler? I feel like I've never had overheating issues.
The good thing for Tribe is now that they're all finally playing on phones instead of some of them playing on tablets. That was something that kind of caught them off guard at Horizon Cup. I know a lot of people in the mobile gaming sector, just in general, are like, if I can play on a tablet, I will. Every single time. And going from tablet to phone is a pretty big jump. Yeah,
but oftentimes for competitive integrity and also, tournament regulations, you can't do that. So you go to international events and it's only phone. You have to play on phone. So I think it's good that Tribe is now starting to do this. I understand the allure of the tablet, but yeah, I mean, the fact that there are also not losing a beat while switching to phone playing, having a roster swap, still sweeping this event here, and I believe they have already locked in their spot in the finals, as we are getting our updates currently on what's happening off stream with that game, so we'll update you as soon as we have that. But I believe that Tribe are already locked in at least top 2. But speaking of, I actually just heard we're ready to show we have 2 undefeated teams, Alk.
So, I mean, that just means that our finals is this. We're watching a preview of our best of 5 coming up next, right? Tribe and Enemy show it off, going back to back. You know, we're getting Major 1 and Major 2 vibes here. It's awesome.
The return of Enemy, and I mean, the storyline here is pretty spicy, Alk. Who's Tribe Gaming's new AD carry dragon laner, and where did he come from?
I think it rhymes with Zio or Bio. I don't know. Something like that. He is
Dienzio, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think that was
an enemy player, right?
Yeah. Oh, no. He's on Tribe now. He's on Tribe now, going up against his old team at Enemy, who has replaced their entire dragon lane with Cloud9's Griff and Jackie, or what used to be Cloud9, Griff, and Jackie. So both of these teams coming in with newer looks to their dragon lane. But like you said, a return to what we saw pretty much all summer, Tribe and Enemy on top.
That is a really cool grudge match, right? We have Dienzio obviously facing against his old team, and Enemy trying to test out a new team who haven't found so much success in North America. The Rift Masters in the last chance qualifier, Enemy just barely fell. They went first place in the second qualifier, and last chance, they got knocked out in the round of 32. They got a free bye for their first game, and then they lost to DWG, which is just like, how? How is that even possible? That team did have Stove, which is cool, and Soji Lane, but like,
hey, I mean,
how is that even possible?
Sometimes you just drop sets that you're not expecting, but sometimes you sweep events and group stages. 2-0 going up against Tribe. Now, it is important because this is playing for seeding. Whoever wins this will be first seed going into that final, so that matters for things like side selection, which in a best of 5 can actually have some pretty big implications. So you still want to win this to put you in that best possible scenario in that best of 5 grand finals. But it is kind of cool to see that we get a preview, because, I mean, we will see these 2 teams in the best of series right after this as well. And, hey, that just means no tiebreaker scenarios, so we don't have to worry about counting the tie, because I believe that was the tiebreaker rules that we had.
It was
Production's probably happy about that.
It was fastest game time. Everybody in Twitch chat would have already started typing a bunch of angry emojis. Yeah, it would have not been good. But this is also probably one of our most studied, if not the most, kind of like this matchup in particular is the one we have probably the best amount of tape for, historically speaking. Major 1, our grand finals is them. I think our winners finals was also them. I could be wrong.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, it's best of 3, best of 5. Tribe wins both of them. Major 2, best of 3, best of 5. Tribe beats them, and instead of it being
And sweeps them.
3-0. Yeah, it wasn't
Yeah.
even, you know, a 3-2. It was straight up 3-0, call it a day. In
Yep.
your hands, we're going back to, you know, waiting for regional finals.
This was the kind of narrative that I had around the enemy team in the summer. Tribe and enemy were kind of going up around the same you know, trajectory, the same slant. Tribe just keeps going, and enemy actually started to plateau, and then maybe not drop too much, but they definitely hit a plateau, and then teams like Immortals actually started to rise and overtake them, especially in that you know, lower bracket finals, where of course Immortals took that upset
Ooh.
over enemy. So it's cool to see enemy back on form here again, like we had said, with a new dragon lane coming in. So the off season, yes, some people are kind of critical of a lot of the changes and like the abrupt roster swaps that these teams are going for. But if you're enemy and you're like, okay, well, Dienzio was kind of our jewel and now Tribe just took him from us, they still can settle with Griff and Jackie, which doesn't feel like settling. It feels like, hey, we actually still have a very strong dragon lane that we can play through now.
It's off season, baby. We're getting all the
Mhm.
different teams in. Originally, it was Old School and Selma for the enemy roster, and now they have Jackie and Griff. I'm excited to see what this looks like. Jackie and Griff were some of, like, as a duo, when you look at them as a package, were really, really fantastic on Cloud9. So I want to see what they bring to the table. Maybe Griff is not as good as Dienzio as what we've seen throughout Summoner Series, but showed those glimpses of greatness throughout. I'm thinking, especially the Lucian that we got to see him. He's just going forward, dashing in and out of team fights. It was marvelous to watch.
And while we're waiting for pick and ban to start between these two teams, I actually have an opportunity because I got to chat a little bit with Louis on Twitter before the matches today, and he shared that I was just kind of asking, like, what's the difference between, like, you know, not having your old dragon lane, now a new dragon lane comes in here, and he said the biggest kind of rough patch or difficulty that they had was getting Griff and Jackie adapted to enemies' aggressive play style. Cloud9 played a much slower game, especially through that dragon lane. Most of the aggression was around Tarzan, you know, through the jungle on the top half of the map, and the dragon lane was just like, okay, just kind of hang out, scale for late. But now adapting to enemy style, which is kind of aggression all over the map, it's going to be cool to see how they look here. He also said that during scrims, he's personally been focused mostly on the matchups, learning things like that Jason, the reworked Mundo. So I feel like this is going to be a different enemy for sure. With the new patches, the new champions coming out, this is an opportunity for us to see how much they've grown since we saw them last in Summoner Series.
I think so many kind of moving parts, especially after their loss, after going third place in regional finals. We didn't really get a lot of enemy perspective as to what happened with the team, right? It was the big talk of the town was talking about Tribe, talking about Immortals and their success throughout the Summoner Series, and enemy kind of got left to the wayside. Remember, history is written by the victors, so enemy now, there's so many different things like you just said. He's learning all these different top laners. Louis was touted to be one of the best Baron laners.
Yeah.
And Jackie was role swapped. It was a role swap support for a bit. So, time, man.
Time. Also, while we're getting into pick and ban here, I do want to give a shout out to that because Smacks is the big shoutcast that we had on the Summer Series who kept pushing. I think Louis might be the best player
every time
in North America. So I actually asked Louis about that. I was like, all right, so you got some fans out there that think that you're one of the best players. Who else do you rank up there in the, say, top 5? And he listed players like Truth, Zio, Starting, and Lamont, actually, who is a sub in there for Immortals. So it's kind of cool to see some of those shout-outs. Just kind of who the top players also think are the other top players. You notice a couple of those players Aloy will be playing against in this game right here. So we're to pick and ban here. Camille taking off the table, Olaf taking off the table as well, and it's Tribe on blue side.
Okay, and blue side, we've been seeing it kind of stick ever since that first game. We're getting, for Tribe, getting rid of the Thresh, and hopefully that means that Morgana is next up on the table, because this champion, you can't play Rakan, you can't play Leona, you can't play against it, you gotta just get rid of it.
Well, from my perspective, the way to beat the Morgana is to play just an enchanter into it. Play something like a Lulu Jinx or a Lulu Vayne lane instead, because then you just kind of ignore the Black Shield altogether and say, no, we're just going to scale, because as long as you can avoid the bindings, Morgana can't really do much to kill you. And it's not bad, so Tribe, leaving that up. Enemy, do they have concern for it? Do they think they need to take that off the table?
Wow. Interesting. Already getting rid of some champions we haven't even really seen today, right? Olaf hasn't been something that we got to see on the mainstream here. Starting's Akshan is here, and so now for Tribe, do they just immediately reach for the Varus yet again? They're on blue side, something that we've already seen a taste of already. Oh!
Orianna hover, and it's locked in. Okay, blue 1 Ori for starting. This is going to be a much different look than we've seen already today.
No. No, starting.
Not a fan. Well, okay,
I'm getting flashbacks. I'm getting flashbacks of Horizon Cup again, man.
Hear me out. Hear me out,
Okay.
Alk, because last week there was another Wild Rift show happening, and we actually got to cast some teams playing in that one.
Oh,
Orianna,
the Code Red. Yeah.
Code Red, and Orianna was actually played in the Dragon lane. So I think Tribe, they might still have
That
a
is
flex
true.
here. They could still put that into the duo lane, and then it just farms up. It's gonna be a little behind in XP.
Nope.
And no, they're not doing it.
No. All right, Kangas, back in the bin with you.
I was trying to have fun with it, man.
Yeah, you can take Orianna with you alongside. I will say something new we get to see, Kangas. No more Tigers, T-Tigers on Jax.
True.
New champion this time. Maybe it's going to be the Riven. Riven is a really good blind if they want to go for it. And we're just talking about not wanting to play around bot lane. Ezreal Jhin is the most unexciting. Just like, hey, guys, we're going to handshake this one. We're going to walk it right back out.
True. The Ezreal, very safe. Ezreal plus Jace, very pokey. Heavy emphasis on poke champs already just with those two, but all AD damage. So Tribe, they could look to lock in a tank if they wanted to. Enemy not giving them the Mundo. So one of those tanks taken off the table. And this means it should be Tybe on that Jax, because Jace would be in that Baron lane, Jax in the jungle. Tybe's not a player I think of as a Jax player. I think of him as a Lee Sin player too.
I think of him as a Camille player. This guy was, even after the nerfs, he's like, guys are overreacting. Camille's playable. It's fine.
I love the players that just refuse to give up a champion after it's nerfed. It's like, nope, it's still meta. It's still good. It's my comfort pick. We're gonna roll.
You've got Tybe on Camille. You've got Kangas on Pantheon.
Hey,
you got Smacks on Jarvan support. Some things just never change.
Doesn't matter how much they nerf Pantheon. He will always be helpful. As long as you're not like running it down.
For the enemy team, maybe.
Just don't like play it support, man. I don't know. At this point, I've given up the Pantheon support train. I don't think I can pull it off. Renekton banned away as well from enemy. Focus on supports from Tribe though. That Sona actually was played by enemy in their match against Immortals and picked up a win there. So looks like Tribe doing their homework.
Ooh. Okay, so enemy. Look at how low damage Tribe is. Oh yes.
It was still up.
There we go. You get rid of the crowd control there for Tribe, and now they're going to have to heavily index into something. Darius is available, but, like, do you really want to play Darius into Jace and, into Jace is probably fine, but, like, Jax and Ezreal?
You know who's good into the Jace?
From it.
You know who's good into the Jace?
Give it to me.
It's okay. They're not playing Pantheon.
Mind,
all right.
it
is the Darius locked in.
Not happening.
I was ready. I was excited for it. But Darius plus that Lee Sin for Tribe. This is a much different look for this team than we've seen today.
I think it's a much more aggressive look. However, it's mostly playing around how much utility Jhin can provide. A lot of people, obviously, when you think of Jhin, high burst damage, not a lot of consistent damage as you go further and further into fights, low mobility. But the Deadly Flourish, I think, is just so important. It's a miniature Ashe ultimate. Technically how it's also coded. I know a lot of the Riot developers like to joke around that like winner player is going to figure out that Jhin is just Ashe with like a basic ability instead. But I don't know. I'm a little bit worried here, Kangas. I think Tribe very realistically take a loss here.
You're favoring enemy with their draft right now?
I mean,
like
it's this.
It's a lot of AD, man. So wait. No way.
We're getting another Riven mid, and we're getting Jace jungle.
No way, right?
Someone ping Rafa. Someone ping everybody on Twitch chat.
Yeah,
get this man. If he's not already lurking in chat, get him in.
You can't hop on Twitter right now, but start pinging him on Twitter. Ping him anywhere you can. If you got him out on Discord there, because Jace jungle. I can't imagine it.
So it's been something that has been heavily theory crafted since the introduction as champion. Rafa was immediately saying Jace jungle looks really good. The first clear is a little bit painful, but other than that, this champion does excellently there. Is a really good gank assist because of the fact that you can switch in between your melee and your ranged form here. And
he doesn't have smite. It's Truth in the jungle, and it's Tybe actually going mid lane. All right.
Everything I just said, throw it out.
Delete your tweets, pinging Rafa. Say Jabated in the Discord chats. Because, yeah, we don't actually have the Jace jungle. Oh, but we might have a first blood starting. No, he doesn't actually use any summoner spells, but very low. Oh, Tybe!
Oh my god, Tybe!
Flashes for it. Turret,
Mini,
2 shots at a time. He's barely alive, and he actually gets the kill.
Wait, Louis?
Wait, what? A Louis? Hello?
Can we get a pause from TOs here? I'm thinking there might be an investigation into a Louis.
The Aloits are on, but nobody's home. Has to take the Grey
Home
Screen
alone,
Express
brother.
back to the base, and now Jackie. Oh, the burst damage, and that was Leona's Shield of Daybreak that actually got that kill.
All the way through to level 2. Is there not an area where Tribe are just going to win? Maybe it's top lane. Maybe Chuck just gets blasted by a Louis here, but like, what is enemy doing right now? I think they're just getting a little complacent.
I mean, Aloy could have gotten out, though. That's the crazy thing. Like,
yes.
He could have just walked up into the jungle. Maybe his idea was, I don't know where their jungler is, so I don't want to give over other goal. But, okay, we still have action bot side here. Jackie, you might die again! Oh, Tribe are just hard punishing this Morgana.
Okay, guys, when we were talking about this lane is kind of handshake, and it's okay if you lose maybe a little bit earlier on. This is not what we meant by that. You can lose lane gracefully. They're just getting blasted every single place that they go. Early try to go for something. I kind of want to see what Truth can do. I know this is kind of a pivot from what we've been talking about, but like Truth is the guy that's been innovating in the mid lane and kind of role swapping here. I just wonder what exactly this is like, strategically going to bring for enemy.
Also, if you were watching any of the other off-season wildrift content, like the Nexus Nightmares event around Halloween that we had, winner of the 1v1 tournament there. So Truth actually has had a pretty good off-season so far. Now being entrusted with that Riven, and behind in gold, behind in clear. You have the range matchup versus the Orianna, and so far Starting has had the winning matchup there. And actually, as I said, of course, I need to remind myself that it's Truth in the jungle, not actually played in that mid lane, and is instead Tybe going up against it already.
So, like, is it a good matchup across the board? Louis is, oh my god, the barrier's so broken.
He's alive.
Tribe, Chuck, Buddy, very close. The Jace is a good matchup into Orianna. The Jax is a little bit more painful to kind of swallow, and the Darius matchup, as time goes on, Jace has a little bit of a harder time trying to keep Darius away. So I think this is more so just trying to keep the champion matchups in line and try to at least give enemy the best chance of winning this. But the early game has just gone completely sour.
I mean, you can say completely sour, but at the end of the day, it's only a 700 gold lead, and like even now, it's pivoting between like 700, 500. Enemy, it's not like they've lost an insurmountable lead. They can still look to come back in this. The big thing is that Morgana's losing into the Leona. I think of Morgana as a counter into the Leona, but so far, Jackie's not been getting the better of this matchup.
At the very least, it is just a 50-50. We're just saying, look, I throw my black shield onto my AD carry or onto my important carry, and it doesn't matter. Chuck has to blow the flash. Oh,
Truth's in. They look for the damage. Nicely done. Aloy setting it up, and Truth providing that extra bit of tick.
Okay, that's exactly what I needed to see from enemy. Because yes, they were only behind 500 gold, but it was a lot of summoner spells. And Max Green,
he's got out himself now. Shockwave used by Starting. They need to get back under turret, though. Tribe, they're hard forcing this, and they just have no right. That's another kill given to enemy.
They're playing for trying to protect their top lane, but I mean, Tribe, yeah, they get the dragon. The Rift Hold's going to get started up here. Can they make it in time? Jin can...
Tybe! That was something special right there. Flash, knockback onto Chuck.
Yes, you got the kill. But now you have to stop the Rift Herald. So, objectively speaking, Yes, they got a tier 1 turret for themselves. They're going to get a small injection in gold, but the Rift Herald is going to equalize that at a further point in time. They got the Dragon, which is an infernal. Such huge scaling potential as the game goes on. Early game enemy, you got to keep this tempo up if you want to try and take down Tribe.
Tribe making the most of the time that they have, focusing on those objectives like you had mentioned. But with that top turret cracked, that means that enemy have a long lane to play through. That means Chuck not going to have a great time. You see he actually lane swapped here into the Dragon lane, and they're starting up to the Baron lane. So everybody from Tribe is in a different lane now.
We're swapping, and take a look now. We're going to have to look at what the solo laners here for enemy can do. Maybe not in the same manner as what we would have predicted in the past, where we're looking at Truth and Ilui, but Tybe and Ilui are just absolutely smashing right now. And if no one can max Jax or Jace, Tribe, again, I talked about during the draft, have a hard time matching them.
Jace, again, one of those newer additions to the Rift. When I saw it locked in, I just assumed it was going on to Ilui because he had mentioned, you know, one of the champions he's been playing, but it's cool that they're able to flex this one around here and starting to see now why enemy is also undefeated and why they're also moving into the grand finals. Again, this game is determining seeding, but we will get a rematch between these two teams in that best of 5 grand finals. This single best of 1 just to determine seeding. And right now, Tribe, they want that first seed here as they're grouping up, dropping that Herald bot lane.
They want this turret. Griff is just going to have to back up. Their team is here to try and prevent maybe the second crash of the Rift Herald, but I mean, they're just going to be able to catch this wave. They're going to over-rotate here. We'll have to see what this experiment for enemy kind of ends up being, because, again, being able to flex your mid and jungle positionally is really cool, but unless it provides like a unique, distinct advantage, I personally just don't see the reason as to why we're seeing this iteration for enemy.
Aloy in the split push, I think, is the primary win condition for them. When I look at this team, the poke is big, but also just having Jax split pushing solo. Has a back there, picks up the Vampiric Scepter, so 1.5 items are close to that at least. Now back matchup against Chuck. This is big here for enemy.
It's all about this pick composition that enemy have. You can have Jace, you can have the Jax sitting in a side lane and split pushing, while you have incredibly safe champions in the Morgana, the Ezreal, and the Riven.
Ooh,
I say that.
Boy, a lot of damage right up front from T-Tigers, and now they turn on to Truth, who has to flash away, but the Sonic Wave connects.
Tiggs.
And that is a huge pick for Tribe.
The hyper-mobile Lee Sin. It's something that we got to see throughout the Summoner series and a little bit of Horizon Cup, but now making good on that promise of wanting to dominate North America on the return trip here. Getting the kill onto Truth is important, but the timer is really not very relevant. It's just gold in their back pocket. It's a few summoner spells, so we'll have to see how it pays out for them. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. They can come right back to this.
Steal away a couple camps while they're doing that. And that was the first big misplay now that we've seen from enemy. Other than that, they've been doing all right, save for that, Rift Herald losing that one. Flash forward by time. Oh!
Whoa!
But he connects onto the Krugs. That's where you tap the ability thinking you're in range, but if you're not in range, it goes into whatever else is the target.
Okay, and right there, I think that means that enemy should just dedicate themselves to split pushing. Jace is not going to be a non-factor in this team fight. The Dragon has spawned. And there's a huge item wake-up coming up soon, Kangas. We'll have to watch what Starting's inventory tray is going to look like after this fight. But now that he has Seraphs, and once he finishes his item after Lost Chapter, if they cannot kill Starting in team fights, after that, this guy's just unkillable and will just wreak havoc on your team.
And you also want to itemize armor because, Jhin, Darius, Lee Sin, but I'll get back to that point because enemy, they find an engage. They're going all in on it right now, but the shockwave from Starting! Massive damage right there. Griff can't even trade one back. Max Screen is out. And that is 2 kills picked up for Tribe. Chuck looking for more. Vertical pulled. Hits one onto Griff. Tigers with the slick moves onto Typeset. That is how you make a flash play there, friend. Didn't even need the flash, though. Just throwing out the kicks. Tybe trying to get away. Ooh, he's
Tybe?
He's juking. Oh.
Wait, yeah, there it is. Command Dissonance.
It was a cute attempt.
I liked it. It was fancy feet. There's good hype there for Tide, but I mean, they're just going to grab Rift Herald. They get the Dragon now for free as well. Enemy Starting yet again, just showing some prowess on so many different styles of champions. Mid lane, melee assassins, we've got those. Control mages, still looking good, even despite a disastrous level 1 that we saw.
And that wasn't even the 2 items, 3 items Orianna that you were just talking about. That was literally 1.5 item Orianna that still accomplished that same feat. 7-4 on the scoreboard for kills, 4,000 gold lead, but most importantly, 2 dragons now for Tribe.
Okay, Tribe, they're back in the gold lead. It's 10 minutes, and it feels way closer than I think we've seen both of the first 2 games that we saw. Those best of ones flew by. 10 minutes, Tribe was just straight up like raffle stomping through most of the game. And Enemy, it feels a little bit closer. They still have tools to team fight here, and I'm still looking for what this Truth Ribbon kind of gives to offer here. They're gonna try and bait Chuck in on Louis.
Louis waiting there. Chuck jumps away with a rocket bell, but flash, and
Kick.
now the return from Tribe. Everybody joins in to keep Chuck alive, and a double kill over to T-Tigers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody in between, that is your game right there. That is the Hail Mary play that Enemy went for. That is going to be a kill onto Jackie. If Tiggs lives here, that's
he
just,
lives.
you know.
Oh, he's
yeah,
burning?
That's just, true shot!
Oh, and Jackie's alive. Wait a minute. Okay, I see you, Enemy. Oh, nope. Tribe says none of that. Okay, who threw up the surrender vote? I'm calling you out right now. Who did it, Enemy?
It's probably Truth or Louis. After that play, I would throw it up. I'd say, yeah, all right, it's a nextable.
It wasn't
They're gonna
Griff.
have to play it.
It was
They're gonna have
definitely
to play
not Griff after hitting that true shot.
No,
barrage.
no. But that right there, that line of plays, the last minute and a half, is the death of Enemy here in this best of 1. Tribe, they're way too dominant. They've found their footing, and all I hope for them coming out of this best of 1 and going into the best of 5 is they're not relearning bad habits. That was one thing that they had critiqued about themselves coming into Horizon Cup, that North American teams were giving them a lot of bad habits that then carried over into the international event. And I'm hoping here that they're still, you know, keeping up with their lessons and not necessarily kind of leaning back into what is just basically destroying all of North America.
Essentially. So what does that look like then? If we're looking at this from a critical lens, saying, okay, Tribe, they have the gold lead, they have the objective lead, they should be able to close this game out. What does that close look like in your eyes?
They should need to be just completely keeping them out of the jungle. And speaking of which, Louis probably just walks us out.
Okay, he's fine. He's got a black shield behind him. Max Green misses the solar flare, and now all attention turned here onto Ty. Was a flash away, but T-Tigers is just stuck on top of him.
Just zero ability to get away. Darius's Jace matchup is not the most fun, and for right now, I mean, how I want to see Tribe take this is just non-stop aggression. Make sure that you're on time for objectives, you're taking away any and all resources from Enemy, and just close this out cleanly. It doesn't need to be in another team fight, but if they want to, they should be looking to force onto Enemy, make them take disadvantageous fights.
They just took Wolves and Blue Buff away from the side of Enemy, and I mean, Truth is just looking for scraps right now on the top side of the map. We'll get that red buff, but I don't think anything else was even up.
It's just, it hurts, Kangas. It hurts to see that Tribe is still #1. It's great for them. As friends with some of the Tribe players, I'm so happy to see them succeed, especially after a pretty disappointing international event, but I'm just watching North America and I'm like, please, someone beat Tribe.
It is, of course, still the offseason. Teams have time to go for it, and there's that poke that we saw initially from this composition. Not enough to kill D'Enzio, but enough to spook him.
Goodbye. And now they're setting up for this. This is like the ultimate. Even if Enemy get this dragon, it doesn't save them from the game. They still need to be able to play it out and still win fights.
And they're just not positioned for it nearly well enough right now. Louis diving straight in onto the 80 carry. Might be able to take down D'Enzio. And Max Green, with Starting's help, turning the rest of the fight here. Enemy, actually, Griff is still healthy. Griff can do this. Griff might just be the saving grace for Enemy right now, but no, now he's got to run away from Starting as well.
Oh my!
Oh, the damage is insane. Oh no. All right, kills traded. It got a little sloppy at the end there, but Tribe just too good.
Look, Morgana killed someone with the Tormented Soil. We're like 2 games late, but it happened, Kangas. we're making callbacks already here for Tribe.
Wait, Max.
I mean,
Max, get out of there.
Wait, guys.
Oh,
Guys, please don't.
I'm
Okay.
scared.
Seraphs,
I'm really
Seraphs
scared
has been
right
popped.
now.
It's fine. It's fine. Okay.
They did it.
We're good. Everybody at home, you take a sigh of relief. We're not going to see someone die to a dragon unnecessarily. Tribe playing that pretty well. But Griff, still, man, even when he's so far behind, even when his team is just getting slaughtered time and time again, the mechanics on this guy are sick.
He's the saving grace of this team. 3-1-1 currently on the score line. But it's an 8,000 gold lead for Tribe. 3 dragons, and starting things here. 6-1-4. Chuck in a 1v1 against Aloy, but has Max Screen to back him up right now. Ultimate's available. Aloy tries to jump in and just can't do anything.
Dude, Max Green, I know you were talking and hyping up that, Jackie has that time. I say that Max Green is running circles around Jackie.
Oh, the kick from T-Tigers! And now Tybe should die as well. Okay, yeah, this game's over. Enemy gave it their absolute best, but I mean, Tribe, this is control of a rift.
Yeah, and if this is their best Kangas, then we're going to get something similar to what happened to Immortals in the Rift Masters playoffs. They're going to get 3-0'd. Enemy, they need to step it up. They were only able to take 3 games max off of Tribe throughout the Summoner Series, and here, again, it is just feeling like overwhelming dominance in a lot of other positions. And it's something that I don't think you can see quite readily without going over the game more intensely. I think Max Green is just straight up the better player against Jackie right now. He's doing everything perfectly. And Jackie, I think, is having a few too many positional mistakes, especially on Morgana.
Hard to argue, especially based on that laning phase alone there. But also, I do want to bring attention to the draft. I know it's a little... okay, never mind. We'll get back to that, because I think Starting's just going to get a kill right here. Actually, let's have some... No, okay. Wow. Double kill over to Starting, casually, of course, and now legendary status as well. Max Green just buying time. Curtain call pulled up here. Tybe, such a small health bar, and T-Tigers has that with supers, Baron buffed up. You gotta imagine this is the end of the game. Aloy will buy a little bit more time, but the focus from Dienzio is that Nexus. Tribe Gaming looking to go undefeated here into the grand finals for our inaugural fight night. Group stage is over. Tribe reigns supreme, and they will face Enemy as the first seed in this best of 5.
Man, what is it with Tribe and beating group stage, quotation marks, in America? Been great. I mean, that's a fantastic 3-0 in the groups, right? Our fight night, it's all about best of 1s. Clean. There's only been a few times where it was a little bit iffy, but I mean, they're just getting better and better. The kill count for the enemy team is rising in every single one of these matches, though. Sentinels got 7. Immortals got 8. And Enemy got 9.
I don't believe that any team has had a gold lead against Tribe past the 8-minute mark. And, now that I'm looking at it, this might be the first time I've seen gold in favor of a team against Tribe so far on the day.
No, the Sentinels game. There was a dip there. Come on.
I'm looking back. If anything, it's a plateau on the other 2 games that I'm looking at here on the graphs.
Probably.
If we're looking at the same graphs, let's be honest, Tribe are having a day right now.
Again, honestly, I think if you're looking at it from Tribe's perspective, winning this is nice. It's about what do we learn from these? What important notes are we able to take back from our own gameplay? Because I think looking back at Summoner Series and looking back as a whole for this team, they weren't really impressed with what was happening in North America. Now they need to be able to kind of draw inspiration from other regions and improve themselves to, hopefully do better later on.
The thing I'll say for Tribe so far is that they played 2 Jax jungle games. And, I honestly, I still think that T-Tigers looked very serviceable on that Jax. Maybe a couple times you could argue he was going in and engaging with the Counter-Strike rather than using it as a peel tool, as you had been saying we learned from Horizon Cup. But this reminded me much more of the old Tribe. Like the Tribe that we saw throughout the Summoner Series, saw in North America, just dominate with strong early game picks. So I'm happy that they haven't lost their core identity while they're trying these other things, and they still can show that they are just the best in North America. Now the question from Enemy's side is, what do you do? Are you going to show up in this best of 5 now after that performance? After somebody tried to surrender again. You don't do that at fight night. You fight till the end.
You fight for the surrender, but to vote to not go all blue. You got to look back at what happened in some other series, right? In I think the first Summoner Series major that we had, Enemy were able to push them to 5 games. Then after that, it was 5 games, and then the second one, a little bit iffy. I think there's a Teemo in a game at one point or another. Hopefully, I would say truth. There's some innovative strategies there, but I just want to see this guy in mid lane again. Like, the Riven experiment is cute. It's nice. It's haha, very funny, but like, this guy was already one of the better mid laners that we saw in North America. Give him his main role. Let him succeed.
We need Enemy needs truth to show up here against Stardew in order to have a chance right there. I don't think that mid lane matchup. I mean, even though it did still net them that first kill, and again, that was just such a strange series of events that Aloy also died at the end of that one. But getting everybody back into their main roles, I think, is a step 1 for Enemy. But with that being said, let's take a look at the updated bracket so we can see what's been happening across the Rift. Surprise, surprise, Tribe Gaming end their game first again, so we don't know who's won between Sentinels and Immortals to see who's third place in our event here, but that's been the day so far. Alk, we're flying through the group stages.
Best of ones are so fast in Wild Rift, something that I really appreciate. Sentinels and Immortals, they get to walk away with $125, which is nothing to scoff at. People are literally watching and they're not getting $125 by Night Rift. That could be you. This could be you. Maybe not 3rd and 4th place. I don't know if you really want to aspire for 3rd and 4th place, but if you want, you have a chance at that 1K prize pool.
Hey, Alka, what are you doing in January? Come fight night, take 2.
I'm pretty sure it's in the rules for our contracts, so we can't play. We'll be probably casting it.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we'll probably be casting that anyway. But man,
I don't worry. As soon as I saw this event, I was like, dude, if we get invited, we would smurf on this. We would totally wreck a bunch of teams. I don't know if we would beat Tribe because we're a bunch of like hard stuck Emerald players, but I think it's possible. I think it's playable.
Yeah, you know what? I think that all the viewers are also probably happy that we are not the ones getting absolutely shellacked by Tribe Gaming right now. But that's not our job. Our job is to break it down for you at home. And with that said, that's the end of group stages. So we're going to send it to a very special break here to take a closer look at Fight Night season going forward next year. We'll be right back for the grand finals best of 5 after this.
Introducing Fight Night Rift, a bi-weekly Wild Rift event hosted by GiantSlayer. 4 teams will be invited to compete in a round-robin best-of-1 format, where the top 2 teams in the round-robin will play in the finals to decide the winner of that week's Fight Night. And the best part of it all, anyone can join. Head over to GiantSlayer.tv/WR to sign up and have a chance to be invited to compete in the next Fight Night. Our hope with the Fight Night Rift is to create a place to develop North American talent in a grassroots environment. Will you be the next Fight Night Rift champion? We'll see you on the Rift.
And we're back, everybody, for the best of 5 grand finals for the inaugural Fight Night Rift, aka the holiday special, showing off the format of these events that will be kicking off next year. Reminder, you can also join in on the action, join in on the fun, get your friends together, follow the Twitter page so you can get updates on how to join all of that juicy information going forward, along with the schedule of when these events will be happening. But also sit back and enjoy the rest of the show, because we got one more finals here to kick off the entire season, or I guess kind of round out this season, more like it.
Yeah, it's gonna be happening every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks. So hey, you miss one, get the invite. GiantSlayer.tv/WR. And we got to play the intro video a few times there, but I don't know if also we have a command in chat. I'm gonna have to ask production if we have one of those.
True.
But if you want to sign up after the holidays and after the new year is kicked in, you and 5 friends want to be able to get in. It's gonna be ! Sign up. Thank you. Yep. You're in. You have a chance.
And you're in. So make sure that you're doing that if you want to participate. But Alk, let's talk about the 2 teams here in the grand finals.
Ooh.
Tribe Gaming still undefeated, 3-0. They just took down Enemy in that last game, who still had enough wins to make it to the finals, but will now be second seed. So Tribe Gaming will have that side selection advantage going into the finals. And I'm not going to lie, it didn't look like there was a moment where Tribe were struggling during that game against Enemy.
I think it felt more like Tribe was kind of tripping over their own feet than Enemy was putting their foot out in the middle of the aisle and kicking them down. So I'm looking to see what Enemy, hey, look, we can have a little bit more for fun. Maybe that game they're like, look, we're playing for seeding. We can win on red side. We don't need side selection to win. Side selection's for losers anyway. It's fine. So
they tried some wacky stuff.
Yeah, that is true. They put Tybe in the mid lane. They had Jace on their team. I still don't know how I feel about Jace personally, but I do know how I feel about Truth in jungle. And I'm going to save that until we get into game.
Yeah, the small sample size of the Jace, unfortunately, not looking great so far. And again, the draft, we didn't really get a chance to talk about it as we're into draft now for this best of 5. The last matchup, poke from Ezreal Jace, but then no hard committal engage after that. There was nobody that could really capitalize on the poke landing, and they never even got the setups correct anyway to get that poke off before an objective happened. So I think that Enemy maybe going back to a simpler style, something easier to pull off, either front to back, full wombo combo team fights, just anything that isn't this kind of slow, drawn-out poke battle.
Yeah, if you're even when you have a poke team, we take those. If you're ahead, it looks good. When you're behind, poke compositions look really bad because they don't really do much. They don't have a lot of proactivity. They're just there to kind of whittle down the HP bars of the enemy opponents. And when that's not able to happen, your team comp kind of just stands there, T-poses in the middle of the lane, and then watches their Nexus explode.
It felt a little bit like main character syndrome, where there were too many people that wanted to be the primary carry between the Jace, the Riven, the Jax. It's like, nah, just keep it simpler. Keep it to 2, maybe 3 if you can get your Dragon Laners in there as well. But Griff and Jackie were kind of playing weak side that entire game. And going into this game, I mean, Aloy, as I had chatted with him on Twitter ahead of time, was saying that's kind of been the difficulty so far in the offseason, is getting Griff and Jackie to play the style that Enemy wants to play as opposed to the old Cloud9 style. So maybe we were seeing a little bit of that too. But we're almost through the bans here, Alk.
It's big shoes to fill, right? You're coming into a best of 5 and you're playing against not only a former bot laner, but you're playing against Dienzio, who is, again, probably the best, if not straight up, I'm just going to call it the best Baron laner, or Dragon laner that we have in North America. So, huge kind of discrepancy that you got to try to at least fill to a certain degree if you want to be able to step up.
It's rough for Enemy fans, great for Tribe fans, because Dienzio is not skipping a beat over on Tribe right now. But we have confirmation from production. That's a missed ban from Enemy. So that is not going through. We will not have a lobby remake. It's just no ban was entered. So Tribe, they capitalize on that. Senna's on the table, and they will give Dienzio his Senna.
Okay, Enemy, I know I made a joke saying that, side selections for losers. We're taking every single disadvantage possible right now. We're missing a ban. They got Jace Orianna, which is cool.
I mean, missing a ban and then blind picking both your solo laners. That is a bold move. Okay, I guess, again, reminder, Orianna can be played in the Dragon lane. I don't know how much I value that flex or how much,
Not on
stock
Griff.
I'd put in that. Yeah.
I haven't seen it. The only people that we've really seen play Orianna is in the Baron or the Dragon lane is Sentinels, Tribe, and Enemy. We haven't seen that from, or I should say Dienzio now, no longer on the team. So they basically, Tribe have had the cornerstone as to Orianna players that are in the bot lane.
True.
Cool.
They got a lot of them. But the Lee Sin is rounding out the draft, so entire top half of the map presumably picked here for Enemy, saving that Dragon Lane combo against the Senna Gallia. I mean, once that Senna is locked in, you kind of know what they're going for. So again, I'm not the biggest fan of Enemy's drafting so far. I feel like they're leaving a lot of exploitable holes here, and it's just up to Tribe to see can they actually exploit them.
And Tribe, they even got starting Ziggs, which at this point, might as well, you probably can just wrap up game 1 if you really wanted to. If you're on the side of Tribe, you're feeling super confident. We got exactly what we wanted. We've got Senna Galio for Dienzio and Max Green. I think Max Green is still performing as probably the best player on the team right now, just throughout all of the best of ones and what we've seen from him in prior games. This is just like okay, Enemy, if there's ever a time to give us a really big upset,
it's now, but again, their strategy to get that upset is a little confusing to me, honestly. They don't get more Misfortune, they don't get Morgana. I'm wondering what they're going to value here. Varus on the table. They could just go for that one. Sure, it's kind of the standard answer right now, and kind of surprised that it made it this far through regardless.
And we're waiting to give Jackie support counter pick. Oh my god, we're just straight up locking Mundo top lane for Chuck. And the Jax here for Tigers.
Okay.
What is it gonna be? It was Sona that was in the ban phase last time for Tribe. Does Jackie go for it? Oh.
Wait a minute. Nah, that's just a hover. There's no way they actually lock that in.
It has to be.
I want to keep talking about this. Is now T-Tiger's third Jax game, and Amumu's locked in. So, support Amumu? Is that what we're feeling here? It's gotta be, right?
I don't want to feel it. I don't want to feel it at all.
Into Galio Senna.
I'm okay with Amumu being a sad mummy. That guy has 0 friends in this lobby, and definitely not here on the caster desk, at least on my side.
This is just confusing to me, honestly. I feel like Enemy's priorities have been a little mismatched. The last game we saw the best of 1. I'll give them some slack for that one for sure. It felt like they pivoted halfway through their draft phase to a different style. They went from poke to then kind of the split push focus. But now it's this is still just shocking to me.
We have an update here, getting it from production. We're just gonna have to watch when we get into game here, Kangas, because
it might not be the Mumu.
It's not the Mumu's definitely there. The smite button might be moved around a little bit, brother.
Wait a minute, what?
Maybe we're getting more. We're getting more of the truth. We're getting the more of the truth special, brother.
Okay, I don't. Oh,
I hope we are. I really hope that we're seeing Orianna true. Oh my God! Thank you.
Okay.
Blessed.
All right, you scared me, man. All right, so this is everyone's in their standard role.
I didn't want to see it again. I'm pretty sure the folks at home didn't want to see it again.
Yeah.
This is the real present. Honestly, the only way I will ever root for Mumu today for the Fight Night Rift holiday special is if it is the holiday Mumu skin. This is the only reason that I will ever show support for this champion.
The one with like the present
wrapping
on his head.
Yeah, he's a big present. It's kind of cute. I know if Smax was here, he'd be really hard complaining. Nope, it's Bearskin and Mumu. Go next.
Bearskin and Mumu. Go next. I also want to make a quick note here. Something that Tribe and most of North America did throughout the Summoner Series was that multi-champ focus in the mid lane, push it out, share XP, and then send your Baron laner to the top lane to catch that. So you're a little ahead on XP. Not a lot of other regions did that. And now, notably, Tribe no longer doing that 2 games in a row. Enemy still on this read of the meta.
Tribe said, look, we just want to be in lane as soon as possible. I mean, the advantages of it is that your Baron lane doesn't really lose any experience because of the sharing that happened and the XP growth that's a part of Wild Rift as a whole. But, like, why do that when I could just get priority of the Baron lane and then set the tempo for the opponent?
Yeah, and I mean, the idea is that you get the Jace ahead, because he's able to share XP and then get up to the Baron lane before the minions die, so he can also get that. He is a level up over Chuck, who just hits level 3 now. So Aloy will now need to make use of this early level advantage for that to be worth it, because otherwise Truth is just inconvenienced here. But dive set up.
Tigers.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, wait, he might get caught out here. I mean, Tybe and Truth are here to try and cut him off from looking for anything. So I do want to take a little bit, since we're probably not going to have too much fighting going on early game thanks to the drafts here. I know we've been poo-pooing on Amumu for a bit, and it's funny, it's fair. This champion kind of sucks. Did get a change on the most recent patch. They said it was a systems buff, but I think this champion just got perma-nerfed repeatedly with the changes. Amumu into this comp for Tribe that is very, very susceptible to engage and crowd control doesn't look all that bad. There's a little bit of Amumu copium going on.
Okay, yeah. I like that. I mean, yeah, the Ziggs, the Senna, if you can get onto these priority targets that usually want to be very far away, you can actually lock them down for quite a while, long enough for something like a Lee Sin or a Jace Orianna to follow up. And again, a lot of poke between Jace and the Varus now. I mean, even Orianna you can kind of throw into that mix too. Jackie's just going on a field trip, though. I mean, he's just...
Fight! He has no mana! Starting's dead!
Oh, flashes, hits a bandage toss under the turret. He's taking a lot of damage here. Starting
Not the barrier!
The barrier! And he gets out. Oh,
I'm so incredibly upset. Never mind. No more Amumu copium. No more Amumu copium. Alui gets taken down as well. Kangas... It's feeling like deja vu. This is like waking up you wake up and you're like, oh, is it Christmas morning? Oh, it's December 24th. Okay, well, one more day.
One more day. One more day right there. Yeah, early game to Tribe. We see what they do with these leads. If you remember those gold grass we had seen, they don't lose once they have that lead. They are rarely even behind in gold at any point during a game, and this is just an early lead for them now.
It's so worrying here because this is literally game 1 and they just played a game not 10 minutes ago against the same roster, same lineup. So from Tribe's side, you're chilling. You're huge chilling. You're like, oh, this game's easier than our last game. Okay, boys.
You're having a great
especially,
time.
You talk about the personalities on this team. Dienzio is one of my favorite players, if not only because this guy just always talks trash every time without fail.
And now he's got the team to back him up for sure here. But oh, speaking of, Chuck actually goes down. Tybe doing massive damage, but Max Green has joined in. He's being a nuisance right now, but a double kill over to Tybe. An enemy bringing themselves right back in this game.
Look at how weak they are. Oh my god, Tybe, he is just putting on a clinic for this Lee Sin. And what I noted early on here for Tribe is that their team is very susceptible to crowd control and engage. And what do enemy do? They leverage that and turn that into 3 kills. They get the flash out from Dienzio. Rift Herald spawn, they want to try and get some plates.
Oh, Jackie's taking some damage though. How hard does Chuck want to push for this? Answer is not that hard, but that's not just plates. That's first brick. Actually, no, not even, because the bottom turret was actually picked up there by T-Tigers during all of that action. But still, now traded. Gold relatively even.
It's their first turret. Does that count? Does that make it just there we go. We fixed it. We solved it. But again, the longer this game goes on, Tribe, they will be able to take more and more turrets thanks to the Zig Satchel Bomb. They'll be able to siege incredibly well, especially with the infinite range of Senna, and you just look at how tanky some of their frontliners are. Galio, Mundo is gonna be not fun to play against if you're on the side of enemy. You just have to kill the rest of his teammates and pray that you guys are not blinking HP bars.
It'll come down to Tybe. How well can he carry with this early lead right now? And
Louis
can
dead.
Louis not throw it? He just gets picked.
He goes in, he uses Hammer Stance to the skies, and then back to the Nexus, back to the Fountain. He goes down. That's a turret immediately traded on. And it's these small mistakes. They keep thinking they can go for these enemy, I think, overreaching in a lot of circumstances.
If Aloy just waited just a little bit longer, just played more defensively, I think that they can turn that play. And enemy, they were ready to turn that play as well. But now their Baron laner is struggling. Jace behind. Elsewhere on the map, they're still doing all right. It's not like they've lost a gigantic gold lead. It's only 1,000 here. But if they can get these team fights, I still do think that enemy have a chance right now with this comp.
we haven't seen them have a really successful 5-on-5, right? It's been mixed skirmishes here and there. Tybe in the back line, Griff and Jackie trying to pump out damage alongside Truth. But until we get to those 5v5s, Tribe were more than happy to play split map, play split kind of skirmishes, and keep winning.
In those 5v5s, the tanks are going to be very difficult for enemy to deal with, but they have such insane 5v5 ultimates. The Amumu ult, the Orianna ult. As, speaking of, Orianna gets out to safety there. Nice back from Truth. Oh, Tybe's here. Jackie's here too. They might actually go for this play. Yeah, engage onto Chuck right now. Mundo has to pop the ultimate, try to stay alive, but Jackie following up. Nice.
Oh, no.
Oh, but the sombrero from Truth. Oh, disaster. Not fully, as it is a 1-for-1 trade, but it could have been so much more.
It's not even Luchador, like, it's not Luchador on, like, a Lee Sin or the Mundo. It is just like, oh no, we mistimed our ultimates. This is a little bit of sloppy communication. They're going to get the 1v1. I think...
T-Tigers is
Do you smell that? Do you smell that? I think it's a kill.
Blood in the water right there.
That's a kill.
That one is. Truth has to flash away. T-Tigers, a couple more autos. Gets it.
And in the picture-in-picture, thank you, observers. I don't think we're going to have time for that.
Yeah, Tybe just goes unstoppable, picks up another kill in response. Can he dodge out on Starting's damage? At least get flash away. Griff is here, but so is Chuck. Jackie and Griff decide to respect the appeal of a Mundo.
And in the picture-in-picture, thanks again to the observers, and we just mentioned it, Jace Alui just straight up killed Dienzio with his support right next to him. Max Green got the return kill, but that stops so much pressure for Tribe if they were to win out on that fight in the bot lane afterwards. And get this, so key for them. But ultimates are missing. You don't have Chains of Corruption. You don't have the Curse of the Sad Mummy. So Tribe, there's a window here where they can abuse this, keep enemy out of this, and grab the dragon for themselves.
Tybe looking for the engage himself right there, sells the Dragon's Rage, and just finds the pick!
Huge.
But look at the back line! T-Tigers, now Galio coming in as well, massively done, but T-Tigers, he's actually taking damage, he gets rooted down, enemy have done it, a double kill to Tybe, putting the team on his back! Double kill, can he get the triple? It will be cleaned up by Griff, but enemy fighting back!
I'm so glad that there's now an internal struggle for enemy as to who the better jungler is, who the better Jace player is. Tybe and Alui are fighting for those remarks, but Tybe on this Lee Sin looks incredibly comfortable and is just, I mean, putting on a clinic, like you said, against Tribe. Let's see if they can try to bounce back. It looks like Max Green is not actually going for that supportive tank build, but more so more AP to try and supplement his team. If he can get those Rabadons, the magic damage from the Scalar is going to be huge. But still, I mean, there's a few tanks here. I mean, the Mumu is nothing to scoff at.
We're gonna have another fight, and this time it's actually enemy with the ultimates available. Jackie looks to go in, pops the Sad Mommy ultimate, but nobody's there to follow up. Aloy was not nearby. Time taking some damage, but they still turn it. They still get the first pick. T-Tigers jumps away, barely alive. Max Green fell. Nobody from the side of enemy. Nice stutter step from Griff right there. They lose the objective, but they get the kill.
Wait, if you would have told me that, hey, Starting is playing Ziggs and he's able to put out all that damage, I would have said, yeah, that's just a Tribe win just for as a default. But right there, it just shows that even with all of Starting's damage, blinking health bars and all, look at how aggressively enemy are playing. Doesn't matter how much HP, whether it's 100 or 1,000, they're willing to play on the line, and I mean, they're flipping heads right now.
And this is what I wanted to see from Griff and Jackie. After talking with Aloy, said the difficulty was getting them on the same page, playing at the aggression level that enemy likes to play at. Well, hey, this game, they are playing at that aggression level. Jackie is looking for these engages. Griff is positioning just so perfectly in these fights, dancing around a knife's edge, yet to die, but still outputting damage. It looks like enemy, their game plan's actually coming together, and they have come back from that gold lead. They're actually sticking right in there with Tribe.
It's getting a little bit dangerous here, Kangas, and we were talking about Jackie's positioning in the last game. Morgana has to play a little bit more, it's a little bit trickier than something like an Amumu, but like, you know, you just save that. Doesn't matter, just keep going forward. Kick.
Nice kick from Tybe right there. Max Green's not long for this world, but did he bait the rest of the team for too long? T-Tigers goes in. Might be a pick back out of Tybe, though. It's actually Jackie that's locked down as Tybe gets away. 1 for 1.
Amumu only has one note, and it is go forward. It may be a sour note. It usually can end up, and so far throughout the game, it's been a high note. But Enemy, they get a little bit too anxious there. They try to go for something. They're like, oh, we just traded supports. Again, it's not much of a trade, Kangas. We're still stuck here. What is Tybe doing, man?
He's just assassinating starting right now. Like, oh my god. Yeah, that's what a Lee Sin can do when he's ahead. Tybe, he's very far ahead.
I just want it to be known, again, Fight Night Rift Holiday Special, it's supposed to be, you know, building up North American talent. Enemy are orgless. Any teams, you want to come and pick these guys up?
Yeah, just casually.
Yeah. These guys are organizationless. So if you guys need a Wild Rift team, they just picked up some of the better parts of a Cloud9 roster. You see games like these and you're like, yeah, no wonder these guys were so longly touted as the second best team in North America.
No surprise based on this kind of performance. So far, the most competition that Tribe have seen all day. Important to note though, Tribe, let's look at objectively their composition and their win conditions. Scaling, I would argue, more in their favor between Senna, Mundo, Ziggs, and this Jax. And T-Tigers is actually staying right in line, step for step, in gold with Tybe. So even though Tybe has that 10-0-2 stat, you look at the gold individually between the junglers, T-Tigers is actually hanging with him.
Dude, this is like both sides of the spectrum where like people are like, oh my god, farming camps is so important for jungle. And Tybe is just like, if I kill everybody...
Getting picks is big too. Kick back onto T-Tigers, but it's right onto the back line here. He's got no Guardian Angel, so he's down. And now Louis has to flash away as well. Almost went down there. That would have been rough. But Max
Tybe, no!
The turret! Tybe! He takes the Sonic Wave to his doom. Guardian Angel pops. Can he get out now? He can dash away to safety. He's all right, but no GA.
There's a Griff Flash somewhere in there, and look at how low Jackie is. Jackie's like, I don't care if I have 100 HP. I'm going to be looking for bandage toss engages under the turret. And the Sonic Wave resonating strike there from Tybe follows under turret to try and kill more members. I mean, Tribe, they're essentially, I like to think of Tribe right now and their composition as like a crab or like a lobster. They're definitely a crustacean. You've got a hard outer shell, but it's all about the inside. You just want that juicy crab meat. You break open the shell, and it's just dunzo from there. So we're seeing it time and time again. Tybe gets in the back line. There's just kills.
And unfortunately, this Wild Rift is turning into a melting pot here. Boiling pot, if you will. They're getting cooked. Enemy actually ahead right now. Substantial amount, 5,000 gold, plus a dragon advantage. That Elder Dragon will be on the table as the next big fight could break out. Otherwise, the Baron is the next objective that these teams could be looking at. Either way, enemy should be approaching that fight with a lead.
All right, bad fishing jokes. Here we go. This is technically a battle for the Atlantic. Does that count? Although I guess they're more.
It's not really
fishing.
More
Pacific. Yeah, I guess if we're trying to be more Pacific with the jokes, like we're doing that kind of stuff. Let's see, what else? What is the most deadly catch for enemy? Is it just all the kills that Tybe has?
The most deadly. Oh, are we still doing fishing analogies?
Yeah, it's deadly. We just did crab meat, right?
Okay,
we're talking about deadliest catch.
I'd say Tybe's probably the shark in the water right now, but actually it's T-Tiger is going fishing here. Onto Jackie! Nice pick! Tybe is struggling to find his way into this fight, and that was not it, brother. I'm sorry to say it. But he bought time for the team. Now they've repositioned. Griff can actually get some damage. Maybe I spoke too soon. Louis turning the play with the big moves. And now a double kill shock blast out of 4. Tybe still going in. Tybe still alive. Tybe legendary. A quadra kill for Louis. And he's unstoppable.
The ace there for enemy means that they're just going to be able to walk this down. Kangas, we can see Tribe's first loss here at the Fight Night Rift. They're for sure going to be able to break open the base. And Tribe, look, I mean, stunned. What are they able to do here? Enemy, they're done. They don't even care. They said, oh, that first game they're in groups? Who cares? We just took game 1.
Enemy with a statement in the best of 5 grand finals match here against Tribe. They will move up 1-0 in the series off of a very impressive performance at the very end of that game. Ty played it well, played it clean throughout the whole thing, but Aloy showing up massive at the end.
So, hey, I missed the ban, so what? Keep the ban. Oh, we
True.
lost the game during group stage? Don't worry about it. Hey, side selections for losers. I'll keep the magic.
Keep the magic, man. Keep it alive. Enemy keeping themselves in that game. I mean, yes, Tribe never got more than what a 2,000 gold lead, essentially, close-ish to 3K. But Enemy, they're the first team to not bring it back. They did not let that snowball into more.
I was gonna say, did they really even bring it back? They were ahead of gold in the early game. You know, there's a mid-game divot for them, but it's nothing more than 2,000 gold. I'd like to say that Enemy were pretty strongly in the lead there, and it was off the back of a huge carry performance from Tybe and a Louis.
Yeah.
The Baron and Dragon laner here. If Smacks was already selling a Louis stocks, I don't know what else to sell you on Twitch chat. Like, this guy looks really good. And Jace, they're putting in good numbers from him, even in that loss.
Even in that loss. I mean, would have been 2 and 4 to close out the game, but a quadruple at the end, now 6 and 4 on the stat line. I also want to say, Tribe, they did that Jax jungle again, and they were trying to go for that split push a couple of times. The only moment that they actually got something for it was when he got that first turret in the Dragon lane. After that, we never saw an opportunity for the Jax to actually just stay in the side lane and push out a wave, because Tybe was just constantly looking for picks, constantly looking for fights. Jackie and Griff were just grouping up, and they were just goon squatting it at these objectives. And I like that look from Enemy. I think that is what I want to see from this team. Live up to your own description of yourself as an aggressive team, and play aggressive.
Who cares about split pushing when you're down like 3,000 gold? The most at that point, you're like, oh, cool, I took a turret. You look at the mini map, you bring it up, you kind of zoom in, you're like, oh god, oh god, I just lost like every single objective. I lost my dragon, I lost 2 turrets mid and top lane. Who cares? You got Jax jungle. I'm gonna prefer my Lee Sin, who's 11 and 0.
Yeah, again, impressively fighting those picks too. I think, I don't know, in moments like that as like Shoutcaster, it can be difficult to tell, was it one team playing incredibly well? Was it Enemy finding these picks and setting up for these picks in a positive way? Or was it Tribe disrespecting them? Not playing around vision correctly, walking into these picks and not giving respect to Enemy's ability to find them. I think Tribe, they definitely have some adaptations that they can do going into game 2. Regardless of what the answer to that question is, this is a team that should adjust, and we should see a pivot from. Maybe it's leave the Jax jungle on the shelf for game 2.
I think it's really just, we have to take a look at that last part of the draft, right? Where they immediately went for Mundo Jax. I don't want to say that these champions were necessarily problematic, but when you look at the performance that Tybe had just now on this Lee Sin, it enters as a now like a third variable coming in. You even have the draft, thank you to production here. Camille, Thresh, Diana, does Lee Sin enter that table? Especially if I don't think they'll probably get blue side again. So on red side, you definitely have to ban it. And which one of these champions goes missing? Is it the Diana? Is it going to be Camille? I doubt they're going to drop the Thresh ban. I do want to say, to your point there, I think Enemy played excellently this game. They played aggressively, they played to their mantra, and they let their carries scale. There's not a lot of main characters on this plot this time around.
No,
this
there
time,
were not.
This series so far, the first episode, we got one main character, we got his nice buddy in a Louis, and everybody else was playing supporting cast for it.
Yeah, it was main character plus sidekick plus, the red shirts that they bring with them. Essentially just kind of throwing the Ori ball, throwing the Amumu ultimate engage in there too. And if Enemy can recreate that, I mean, they were undefeated going into the match before, and now these teams are technically 1-1 against each other on the day. This is kind of changing the narrative here. Tribe were hoping to sweep the whole thing. They were looking pretty strong, and now they've lost a game here to Enemy. They lost a set to Immortals at Rift Masters. I like that. I think it's showing that, yes, they are still arguably the strongest team that we have in North America, if you just throw them into best of ones, but now they are finding some competition here, and I just think that's great for the region as a whole.
So, Kangas, we do have to play both sides now, right?
Okay.
So, for Enemy teams, foam fingers out, boys. Let's go! We won!
They did it!
We beat Tribe! We
beat
Tribe!
DNZO!
Yeah. But, for Tribe, we have been talking about their goal is not necessarily to win now. They
True.
really don't. Obviously, they care to win. But when I say they don't care about what happens, is they are looking for results. They want results that are going to prove fruit in the future. It is the long-term investment versus the short-term of just straight up smashing North America time and time again, as they've already shown. So
trying to smash North America, you can just try to win every lane and then transition that into a victory, which is kind of how they played in the summer.
Exactly. So here now, this is just a game. I do, you know, maybe if enemy win a second game, we start getting the hype tickets going down. Everybody, we get the train whistles available. We start selling tickets there. But we need to see what comes into game 2. What is the adaptation? Do Tribe look stunned? Or does enemy, they find success but kind of trip over their own feet?
So what I'm hearing is that you're not all in on the enemy stocks yet. You haven't pre-invested. You haven't bought out all the whistles and the
emerald
train
hands,
horns ahead
not
of time.
diamond, but emerald hands.
All right. Well, now I got to make a decision here, because if you haven't purchased any stocks yet, I can still probably get them for pretty cheap here.
You can make Twitch chat shoes for you if you want.
True. I could.
This is where we force the social media team to put up a poll on the Twitch chat and see what Kangas, who Kangas is going to invest in.
Oh yeah, it's not who does Twitch chat think is going to win. It's just where does my investment go into.
What does Twitch chat think Kangas is going to win?
If I'm a stock shark, or I'm trying to say anything
stock
other
bro.
Than stock bro. If I'm a crypto bro here, I think I'm still investing in Tribe Gaming. I think Tribe they got the long-term investment here. You know, I think they scale in a best of 5 series and they can still bring it back. Like I said, there's some pretty clear adaptations that you can make there. They're playing around with different styles, but even if they double down on that style, they still showed that they could beat some of the other teams here at this event. But notably, I guess they did only beat enemy with the Lee Sin jungle pick themselves. As I'm saying this, I'm talking myself into a corner now, so now I'm not even sure. Oh no.
Kangas, you logicked your way into an L.
I logicked my way into it. Do I have to invest in enemy now? I think I might.
Enemy win this whole series. I just had to hit some copium there.
Ooh.
Enemy win the series, guys.
All right, Alk said it. Alk said the words. So now, if you're an enemy fan, I don't know if that means that you rejoice or you get upset that he just jinxed you. Because usually when casters make definitive statements about that, it's not good for the team.
Don't look at my Twitch chat bet right now, guys. Don't. Not actually in Twitch chat, but don't look when I invest those channel points, brother.
Same sides selection right now. Alex or Tribe on the blue, enemy on the red. We don't have a swap up. I think that's great for Tribe because now you can ban the Lee Sin, and I would argue leave up the Diana. They banned that last time around, but you just give starting that. He loves that pick anyway. So this is a lot more room for Tribe to work with.
So this was a concern that I had on red side, but no longer on blue side. You just first pick Lee Sin. Like, you really need to ban Lee Sin.
I guess you could.
First pick it. I don't personally think Lee Sin is first pick worthy, but when you get into longer series, we start talking about in-series meta. Yep. Lee Sin is coming up as an early front runner in that.
Exactly, and both of these junglers like to play it, so it's not only good for the player on the day because they're hot on the champ, but it's also a denial away from your opponent.
Yes.
Okay, Jace is the adaptation here from Tribe. They leave up the Diana and the Lee Sin. Now, enemy, they might want to leave up both also, because if you don't ban either of those champs, then you should guarantee yourself to get one. But maybe they get baited into this.
Banning away Varus means that Senna just like shoots on up. I've been hearing a lot of good things about MF, and she gets banned on second rotation so far here in the fight night. Do we see it get first picked? Especially now that Gragas and Olaf are gone. I'm playing MF if I'm not taking Lee Sin here for Tribe.
Those are two champions that MF does not like to play against, and they're off the table here. So, a lot of priority picks here for Tribe. Lee Sin, Diana were the two that have been prioritized so far from these teams and also banned out in series. Otherwise, they could go towards that misfortune. Back to the Ziggs. Okay.
Ziggs.
Okay.
A flex pick can move between the Dragon Laner and the mid laner here. It's obviously a pretty big favorite for starting. But enemy, what is your response? They've, every single time, if they were able to, they've taken away Jax when they're able to, and I mean, they can pick Jax Lee Sin here. They don't have Jace, so a new look for Louis. Renekton's there.
Oh, I like this actually. I was going to say
Okay.
Diana Lee Sin, but I like the Galio too because Galio is still flexible. You can pair it in the bot lane if you want to grab Senna for yourself or even put it in the mid lane. I still think it has decent matchups against some picks. And you get that Lee Sin. This also denies the Senna Galio from Tribe Gaming. This is some quality drafting from enemy. A big improvement from game 1.
Good. That's what I was wondering. And oh my god, it's going to be it.
Ooh.
This could still be Akshan bot lane. So I'm gonna wait till we get into draft. I've already been bamboozled like 3 times in the past hour thanks to just these 2 teams alone. But if we get Akshan starting from Horizon Cup, my copium bet just like went straight into
that would be
ditch.
insane. Yeah, I starting was one of the first pro players to pick up Akshan across any region. Would be really cool to see him on that one. Looks like Jax is locked in here for enemy as well. Okay.
I'm
all
cool
right.
about the Jax pick. That means that Alui gets a huge skill-intensive champion. I do just want to thank production. Thank you to our live coordinator for this one. You're all in with me, brother.
I guess I'm all
Twitch
in on
chat.
enemy.
Twitch
Let's
chat
go.
said enemy, brother. Let's go. Bring it home.
We're investing in enemy. I'm not gonna lie. I like this draft a lot more from enemy. I was very critical of game 1's draft, and I would still stick to that. They performed very well on it regardless. But this is a draft that I can get behind because they're taking away priority picks from Tribe. They're drafting what seems like a sensible composition where this Lee Sin can gank the Jax. You can carry through the Jax and styling. Galio can ult into on him if he's getting ganked. Like, they have tools that it's like they synergize well together and they make sense in my mind. They just need some AP damage now because Galio can provide a little bit of that, but you need a little more now that you see a frontliner like a Braum.
I'm
locked in.
okay with Galio. There's not enough tanks on Tribe. Like, yeah, Braum is tanky, but he's also playing sports, so like the gold value is not going to be there. If you're enemy, you could just start getting rid of a lot of these Baron laners, which is exactly what they're seeing. Champions that are also flexible. I think the Riven is what kind of pops up to mind. And now there's not in my mind very many champions that counter Jax, unless you're going to get really into some really niche 1v1 champions. This Alui is going to be able to pop off this game.
I was wondering where the Senna ban was going to come through.
Yes.
Tribe do finally ban that away. So I guess you lock in an 80 carry here. Misfortune is still on the table. Griff, if you can play it.
No. Yes. Okay.
Oh!
Oh, thank God. Okay. I still don't like Draven and Wildrift, but we're gonna just have to live with it. Misfortune into Braum is miserable. We just go next on that.
Yeah,
we just say, yeah, I don't want to play that one out. And Tribe, when push comes to shove, we're kind of leaning back into some of the drafts that we saw from Horizon Cup. We're getting Vi back here for T-Tigers and Akshan somewhere on the lineup.
Ooh, and the TF is the final lock in here for enemy.
Good.
Okay, yeah, they
globals, brother.
drank their coffee, they did their stretches, their warm-ups, their brains are engaged in this pick and ban for game 2 here in this series, Alk. This is fantastic stuff coming in from enemy here. And again, this hard focus on a split push. The Draven's a question mark, though, because now we have 2 champs that kind of want to take resources, the Draven and the Jax. I guess it's not too big of a deal, though, because they're going to be on opposite sides of the map pretty much the whole game.
Exactly. Jax will probably never join up for a team fight until we get to those objectives when we're seeing him on flanks or going in with the Counter-Strike. And, I mean, look at the kill lane that's here. Like, you have Braum, and Galio's like, thumbs up emoji. I'm just going to taunt your backline, and Ziggs is not the most capable bot laner. This guy goes down pretty fast. So, a lot of early gold for them, and especially with Twisted Fate, that ultimate is going to be so important to see where the first one goes for enemy.
Spotting out the rotations. Also, spotting out Akshan, because it is starting on this pick. Dienzio will pilot that Ziggs. And Akshan is a champion that likes to shove lanes and then roam around the map. Destiny can spot that out and get a little ahead of the roams here. But Tribe, they still are going back to essentially comfort across the board if you look at it. T-Tigers on the signature Vi, starting on the signature Akshan. This is an adaptation. Whether it's going to work or not is still to be seen.
Yeah, this is just like a fully defensive bot lane. You want the Braum to protect the Ziggs. And for enemy, we've been joking about it. We were like, oh, who has a really aggressive playstyle? It is this bot lane. It is specifically Griff. When we're talking about Lucian, he had a little bit of Draven. That's something that him and Jackie actually share, which is, funnily enough, the two former marksmen for Cloud9. This is one way to get aggressive, right? You want an aggressive bot lane? Galio Draven is about where you're going to get that.
It seems pretty annoying to play against, if you ask me. Jungler's hanging out in the mid lane right now. Gold card popped by
solo
Truth.
kill.
Engage here onto starting right now, but instead it's Tide that's taking the damage. First blood to starting. Can he get the double? Truth is alive. Burning down.
Red buff.
And there we go. Double kill as Aloy now joins in. Cannot catch T-Tigers.
Man, red buff is so broken, man. We saw that Truth in starting. They started off that fight with igniting each other and then walking away. And the junglers being a little bit of trepidation there. They're like, do we go for this fight? But as soon as the gold card lands, I have to hold that. Louis, you might be going down, brother.
Chuck flashes. He's got one
That's
auto.
it.
The bleed, it should be enough. Aloy's dead. Oh, wow.
Okay, so do any of the Tribe fans want to start spamming in Twitch chat against us for the fight night, or are we still waiting for the enemy team, the enemy fanboys to calm down?
Hey, enemy came back from a bigger deficit in game number 1. There is still a chance right now, but this is also 2 minutes 15 seconds on the clock here, and already 3 kills over the side of Tribe. So pace-wise, a little faster than that last game.
Starting can take control of the mid lane. It just means that Twisted Fate is going to have to be playing kind of reactively, which is not what you want to see from Truth. So hoping to see more Ignites getting popped in mid lane.
Oh!
Truth with the ultimate!
Oh! 1v1 and 1-4-1. Wow, that was a very slim margin.
Good job on the boy starting there. Getting a solo kill for himself. Has a completed item. Already has a Blade of the Ruin King. So it's only going to get worse here before it gets better for Truth. Finishes the Rod of Ages, but until he gets some assistance, Starting is going to have a manhandle on this lane.
Starting will have a fantastic lead in the mid lane. I'm also looking at the top lane now, too, because Chuck silently 1,000 gold up over Aloy. Had a full 2 levels on him there before this reset. Actually didn't go for the Rocket Belt first build. I thought he might, just to try and push this lead even further, but go for the stats instead. Gold card from Truth onto starting. Tibe's here, but with Max Green nearby, they don't want it. Might have to Dragon's Rage. Yeah, ultimate used by Tybe.
Man, that is so important there that they're not able to find that kill, because if they are able to find a kill onto Lee Sin or start to kind of lean that pressure into the Baron lane, Jax just is like, okay guys, well, yeah, he may not have Proto Belt, but I can't really ever get away from him. And now their mid laner is here and is going to completely camp me out of this lane.
The focus on objectives next. 5 seconds for both to spawn here. That's where my eyes immediately go next. Starting an early rotate towards this bottom river. I don't think he spotted Truth, though. I don't know if they actually saw Truth walk over there. Definitely don't see Jackie. T-Tigers here, taunted up, but has the backup of Chuck. Aloy's jumping in,
boys.
And we have an engage from T-Tigers. That was ambitious. Now, Tybe goes back in with Aloy. Jackie going forward. Tybe now over the wall. Max Green in trouble, but it's a reset's coming through here for Chuck. Gets one.
Oh my god,
Leash
Starting?
to Jackie, that's 2 kills. As Starting will finally fall, but a triple kill to Chuck.
Chuck just bides his time there, and Tribe follows suit. There's a huge turnaround. Not able to find that first kill onto Starting. Max Green limps away with just barely enough HP. And while it is Starting, that is the only person that has death for his team, I'm sure he's like, okay, cool. Look at the rest of my team. 4-0 on Chuck. Finally now has the Proto Belt, has a Black Cleaver super early on. It's going to be a tough road to climb here for enemy. They're down a lot more gold than when we've seen them in that first game. But they still have tools to try and pull this one back.
This is that anime moment between Starting and Chuck right now where they just, the 2 buff guys grabbing hands here, like 4 kills apiece. Let's go for it. Maybe find some more right now for the team. Max Green going forward. Jackie's down, but the turn from enemy. They trade it right back. Jungle for support. I mean, you take that as Dragon's on the table.
Exactly. Danzio will be able to poke here, so this is still a dangerous fight, I think, if you are enemy. You can't really contest onto the dragon. You're way too low, and if Ziggs is unattached in the back lane, I mean, you just can't contest for it. So right now, seeing this, I love what we're getting now from Jackie. Noticing, look, we're not going to be able to play for bot lane for a few, so I'm going to move into mid lane, play in Fog of War, and try to protect the Louis. Maybe Chuck gets a little aggressive, and we can trade a dragon for a tier 1 and get a Louis back into the game.
Maybe you can just get a kill straight up here. If Chuck walks forward, Aloy's got to play bait a little bit, but no, the rest of the tribe, they have the Herald, so they drop it mid lane instead. And because enemy were spending time up there for that play, it's at least going to be plates right now, but shouldn't be the whole turret.
Walk it over, Danzio. That turret is gone. You throw a single satchel bomb, and it's over. Man, I like the idea of right now what Jackie is doing. In theory, he's just playing Fog of War so that they can't really find him and he can always enter in. Chuck, flash?
He flashed past him into the turret range, but it doesn't matter. That's still a kill.
That's a kill, and that's going to be another tier 1 turret here. So now, huge gold explosion here for Tribe. Can Tide make the difference?
He's trying to fish for something right now. T-Tigers knocked into the wall, but he just turns it back. Griff's joining in,
here.
But Tide might just die before Griff can even do it. Jackie ults defensively. Truth forward now. They actually get another pick here. It's Max Green way too far forward. Flashes the wall to safety. Can Tribe get out? They got to run right now. Oh, Griff walking forward.
No mana, starting's
Bull
coming.
On the Draven, but the damage return from T-Tigers. And the damage return from DNZO. Starting's joined as well. Aloy all the way back up from the gray screen express. But 2 more kills over to Tribe.
It's going so well for them until it doesn't. Tribe flip it on its head, and Max Green able to tank so much damage in that last fight. And it's just a kind of... it feels a little bit awkward talking about that fight, Kangas, just because enemy, there's so many members that are so low, but Griff is not ahead as he should be on this Draven. And Jackie, I think, makes a few mechanical blunders that prevent his team from picking up and executing on kills. So now, back onto the map, Tribe are stronger. Can they make this pick?
Massive pick. This is huge. D'Anzio doesn't have a lot of tools. He flashes away. He's into the pit. He's still alive. He got to the front line. And now enemy have overextended. They got to retreat away from Chuck.
Starting is killing
Max Green. D'Anzio still providing the damage. T-Tigers starting on the back line there. Almost kills Truth. Almost catches the flank. Everybody from Tribe working in unison.
Look at how annoying Starting can be now that he knows that he can have the better of the matchup. He says, oh, Truth, you want to try and get into this fight? Well, guess what? I'm going to almost kill you, force an ignite, and force you to go for an early recall. Pick up maybe another kill on the back line there. It's an Ocean Drake in their back pockets. First Drake in 8.5 minutes. And I mean, Tribe, yet again, looking really good now that they've been able to, cement a huge lead. Alui has been such a huge problem in the last few games that now, you look at this, he's 3,000. It's going to be 4,000 gold after this turret.
That's absolutely
He's
insane
just doubling
right
his
now.
gold.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that Darius gold. Look at the Jax gold. Chuck is on a rampage on the Wild Rift right now, and the rest of Tribe. Oh, starting.
Oh,
you gotta hit those, buddy.
It happens. Look.
It does.
Action apologist here. The champion is a little hard. Not gonna lie. That champion... I played enough of it on PC, played enough of it here. Blue card salute, Truth.
Oh, nicely done from T-Tigers, baiting in enemy, and then pulling the trigger onto the support. Griff, too far forward, no front line in front of him. That's 2 picks for Tribe.
Yep, and without the gold card, without any sense of a crowd control ability.
Chuck?
Max Green, what is he doing? Oh, woo.
Chuck was in that picture-in-picture, looking to dive under the bottom turret right there. Tribe to start up the Rift Herald. They're also looking for damage onto Truth right here. Starting! Flash to reposition! And should get another kill onto Tide, but the kick away means Tide can get to safety. Starting's hunting. Starting wants this. Jackie? Flash taunt. I don't know if you have follow-up. Buying time for Aloy. That's the big payoff right now. Aloy gets in there time as well. That's the play from enemy. The setup, the knockdown. Jackie's still alive, but Aloy has now found himself in multiple members of Tribe's face. Starting still alive. T-Tigers flashing, missing the knock-up. Double taunt from Jackie. Will die under turn. Starting can get a couple of autos here. Autos in onto Aloy. Onto Truth. Will finally fall down.
Oh my god, no, the shield.
He's healing. He's life stealing. He doesn't die. Double kill to Starting!
Dude, this is the star mid laner. TSM sends their regards. This is exactly from the training grounds of Horizon Cup. It took Brazilian teams to try and face this action. They couldn't do it, and enemy are now facing the wrath of a tribe that is angry after a game 1 loss. What is this champion, man? Like, he already had the Wit's End finished. He gets the healing and the shielding from his passive and the double shot that comes along with the grapple hook. Man, it feels good. When you see Tribe like this, it gives you a little bit of pride coming from North America.
These are the ones that feel good. Oh, that was so close for starting.
Should have been dead there.
He absolutely should have been, but he's not. He survived. And now, 12,000 gold lead for Tribe. How quickly can they close this one out? They're looking for the engage right here. Max Green throws out the Glacial Fissure. They've caught Griff. The Draven flashes away.
Look at
Braum
Chuck.
Passive procs are not doing enough right now, but onto the backline. Aloy, he's out of starting. Can they kill the X-Shot? He's still alive. He's still healing through it. Finally goes down. But that took so much effort from enemy, and it's a 1 for 2.
Griffin is just dead straight up. See you later. Rift Herald spawned. You have the Ziggs. This is going to be inhibitor turret gone. Unless Truth can try and pull off an ultimate miracle play here. Tyve has Guardian's Angel. I mean, Tribe. I don't think they can end here, but they certainly get close to making them feel it.
Oh, Tyve's just going to go down too. He thought he could maybe get on to Max Green.
Wait.
Oh, the Herald doesn't charge? Wait. And Tyve lives?
Wait. That's huge for enemy. The Rift Herald dies, and the Satchel Bomb was already used, so they can make a recommit here. Destiny gets available.
10 seconds on the Dragon. If they can win a fight here, enemy could be back into this game. Truth throws out the gold card. It's a good setup. It's a good start. Time goes back in. And they've already picked up 2, or rather 1. Max Green, very low health bar, is still alive. Tybe, you're crazy.
Oh my God,
what are you doing
starting
there?
Man.
Yeah, all right. Just dies to the auto attacks. Now enemy, they got to back away. Aloy taking damage, backing out of Max Green. They can't even kill the Braum right now.
Look at starting.
Away. Double kill for starting. Triple kill to starting. Quadra kill to starting on the Rampage. I don't know if that was an official quadra kill, but regardless, massive kills over to the side of Tribe.
It's sadly a triple kill. We can blame Dienzio for stealing that one. He got a kill onto the Galio. It hurts, I know, especially just watching starting play this champion. Yet another champion that might have to hit the table here, Kangas, is starting on this Akshan. He was telling me this all the way before Horizon Cup. He's like, dude, we're getting blasted by some of these teams here. But you know who's looking good? Me on Akshan. I'm doing crazy work. I'm saving some of these scrims right now with this champion. He looks good on it. And, I mean, we're seeing it time and time again. His performance is not to be messed with.
Ooh, Tybe looking for a pick. You get flashed out of T-Tigers. Enemy are just, I mean, yeah, echoing everything you just said about starting. And enemy are feeling the full force of it right now, looking for these desperation picks. They have to play away from the Akshan at this point. I don't even think they can blow him up if they get, like, Jax and Lee Sin on top of him at once. He's just going to kite away and then lifesteal back up, so... Play where he isn't. Try and get away from him, but it's just impossible. Max Green's this far forward. That was a lot of Ziggs damage, too. Now Jackie caught away from the rest of the team. Dienzio gets to safety. Chuck has joined in on the fight, and this should be game. That's 1 kill. Tybe cannot survive this ultimate either. Oh! Okay, the Raptors played body block for him, but will still die. Tribe focus on the objectives. They're going for this Baron rather than the game end, but you know that the nail's in the coffin.
Exactly. I mean, Chuck's having a really good game this time around. It's this thing that we noted against their game against Immortals, right? It's just, you know, it's a good way to set Chuck up. Just remove his lane opponent from the game. He's so far ahead in gold at this point, and if you allow starting to have games like these, well, it's why we thought Tribe were going to be at least have an okay performance at an international event. So now here again, Draven's having a hard time getting kills. Truth with the gold card can't do anything, especially now that Braum is existing. And it is just going to be an end game soon here as Ziggs just completely tears this team apart.
20,000 gold lead. Baron buff on the minions. Grifflow on health. Jackie engaged on Tribe. They've taken on the turret, and they can just clean up these kills under the Nexus right now. Enemy, they're just fishing a barrel here, and Tribe brought a shotgun and some dynamite. Game 2, Nexus turret will fall. Game 2 goes to Tribe. We got an even series.
Good luck, boys. I did say enemy would win. There's a little bit of copium there, but I mean, Tribe, take a look at this. I mean, this feels, if you were to just take sub Dienzio's pick here, is basically a perfect draft for them. This is exactly the kind of champions I expect coming out from Tribe. And I mean, it is literally all blue all game long. 32-7.
That was a schlacken. right there. And it's hilarious that you talk about the draft, because I was so hot on enemies drafting this game, and I was so excited about the adaptations they did. And this is the game that they lost. Yeah, the Draven did not feel like it did much this game.
I do be hating Draven. However, thankfully for Griff, it is not Draven's fault they lost this game. Louis got, I don't know what happened there, and Truth as well. The KDA doesn't reflect it, but starting demolished this lane before I got any kind of start to it, and then a Louis got removed from the game. Like, yeah. Jackie did more damage than a Louis, which is fair because Galio actually wants to interact with enemy champions, whereas Jax maybe doesn't. But still, man,
I think it might be time for enemy to seriously think about getting a Louis off of this Jax. I don't know if Tybe can play it instead. Like, maybe there's another player that they can put on it so they don't have to ban it against the side of Tribe, but it's just, that's 2 games in a row now, or not in a row, but the group stage best of 1 that they played, they also did the Jax in the Baron lane. Didn't look super convincing there either. It just doesn't quite match that early aggressive style that we see from this team, where it's focused on team fights, it's focused on objective fighting and grouping up and just being all 5 together. Jax wants to be alone. He wants to be in that side lane in a 1v2 situation, and Aloy just has not been able to get set up to actually live out that dream on the Jax.
I will just say, I just don't think the resources are there. We saw how other Jaxes were able to find success. It is, hey, we put resources into him. We give them farm, we give them gold, we give them objectives that they can use, like the Rift Herald that can, very easily turn objectives into cash very fast. And that's just not what we see here. The Draven lane was just kind of nullified by the fact that Zig can just wave clear infinitely. Twisted Fate got removed from the game, so now Jax doesn't have a second kind of avenue, have a second hand to play for him. And Tybe got shut down this game. He went for aggressive looks. I appreciate that from him, but wasn't able to have that same magic from game 1. So everything I think went wrong here. I don't want to really pinpoint personally Jax, because I don't think any other champion would have looked as good as it may have, just because of the circumstances around it. It's kind of like, oh, Jax, why did you do anything in a burning house? Everything's burning down around him, and he's like, I got the pizza box. Like, cool. He just walks in, it's Donald Glover. He's like, everything's okay. Well,
I think a lot of people could have been Donald Glover in that analogy, but regardless, that's 1-1 on the scorecard there, Alk. We have a best of 3 ahead of us now here to close out the night between these 2 teams, because both of them with the win. No one is sweeping this best of 5. We're going to send it to a short break here while we get ready for game 3 in this series. We'll be right back after this.
Introducing Fight Night Rift, a bi-weekly Wild Rift event hosted by GiantSlayer. 4 teams will be invited to compete in a round-robin best-of-1 format, where the top 2 teams in the round-robin will play in the finals to decide the winner of that week's Fight Night. And the best part of it all, anyone can join. Head over to GiantSlayer.tv/WR to sign up and have a chance to be invited to compete in the next Fight Night. Our hope with the Fight Night Rift is to create a place to develop North American talent in a grassroots environment. Will you be the next Fight Night Rift champion? We'll see you on the Rift.
1-1 on the scorecard, everybody, as we have now a best-of-3 series essentially ahead of us to close out the day between Tribe Gaming and Enemy. Enemy coming out swinging in Game 1, winning a scrappy teamfight heavy play style, and then Game 2 floundering a little bit with a split-push Jax composition where Tribe had some dominating performance between players like Starting and Chuck. Alk, what's their temp check on Enemy? Did they just drop the ball in Game 2? Do they still have this one? What do we feel about them?
I will just say Tribe just steamrolled them. If that's like a scrim game, after 5 minutes, you just throw up the FF button. If that's our tech rehearsal, we're like, okay, we've seen enough. We have already seen one of our refs get a 20 kills in like 6 minutes. Just keep it moving. Just keep it moving.
Yeah. Enemy have to bounce back now. They have to bounce back in the game, in the series, but also bounce back mentally from that kind of loss here. How tough, how resilient can they be, and how adaptable in the draft? I want to see a focus again on that aggressive style. The Amumu support actually worked out pretty well for them last time. Being able to engage, Jackie going in, getting aggressive. I want to see more engaged tools here from the side of Enemy across the board.
That is a cursed sentence that I never want to hear ever again. The Amumu support worked.
It worked. It worked. I don't think you can
cost?
deny it, Alk.
This is like dying in Dark Souls. Like, you just lost humanity. And yeah, Game 2. I'm glad that Jackie came back, picked up the soul. Was like, humanity regained. I'm playing Galio.
Well, yeah, ironically, he played a champion that like is just a giant robot, like construct thing. So
okay, it's a
soul.
step. First of all, well, actually, I don't have my glasses for this, but actually, it's a statue made of hetrosite, which is anti-magic.
And what
it's
about that
soul.
is not a robot?
It's not a robot. It's a construct.
Robot to me. He actually has a soul though. Is that canon? I don't know. Regardless,
we can have production look that up. That's not. I'm not a lore guy.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about lore during pick and ban Game 3 here. No side selection changes yet again. Try back on the blue side. Enemy back on the red. Jace, Thresh, and Camille, so the same bans for Tribe right now, but there's the Ikshad ban. Enemy want nothing to do with that.
I was gonna say, that third ban's looking a little close to home, coming from Game 2. And Jace looks like he's gonna be a staple here. Tribe saying, Tribe was a problem, but a Louis on this Jace was untenable. We've now shown that we can play against Lee Sin. Results-based analysis is showing that Jace was in fact the problem. It was the issue.
And now they're leaving up that Lee Sin. Tribe locking in the Orianna. Renekton Wukong. Okay, I like the Renekton. The Wukong's a little surprising to me.
Everything, like I blinked and I was like, oh, Renekton for Louis. Awesome. We got a strong Baron laner that we haven't really seen throughout the day except once. Awesome. I see Wukong. And it's just like, man,
flashbacks to that best of one in group stages.
Yeah, actually, your hat is actually it's not only storing all of the hair that's usually there, but it's also like it's the unending little stocking. So when you go in, I pulled out a gift and it was Renekton, and I felt very happy. Okay. And then I went back in, I was like, oh dude, I need to get seconds. It was Cole. It's Wukong.
Yeah,
I'm sad.
That's for you're on the naughty list for making fun of a bald man. That's what you get there, Alk. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Well, if you reach farther in there, the hair is somewhere there.
Oh, really?
It's in there.
Oh, okay. I'll have to go explore that later tonight. Then there's hope yet. Braum and Varus locked in here for Tribe Gaming now. So rounding out their Dragon lane composition, yet to lock in the Baron lane, and Garen for Enemy. So support Garen? Question mark.
Please don't tell me we're copying more Chinese giraffes. I can't.
Again, we did see Garen support last week at the Code Red tournament. I know that was
this is true.
That wasn't 5 actual players on the same roster. The rosters were kind of swapped up. We had a lot of the pros there, but they were playing with like streamers and community members on their teams. There were collegiate teams there as well, so it was like a less official event. But we did see Garen support played. I don't remember if it was Jackie that did it. I don't think it was, but maybe I'm just remembering that incorrectly. But either way, it has worked at the international stage too. So it's interesting to see Enemy pivot to that.
Now, I'm not going to deny any kind of success rate of Garen support.
Okay.
This is coming as a personal aside. I just hate this champion, man. Garen is just my absolute kryptonite. He doesn't die. He just walks up to you. He kills you. For some reason, he can crit on an AoE ability, which just like bothers me. And he also has just a true damage execute.
And he's being paired with a Kai'Sa, presumably, in that dragon lane. He doesn't set up the Kai'Sa too much, but Kai'Sa can follow up on that Wukong if she can find a clutch engage. You're going to be engaging onto the Orianna Varus. You don't really want Kai'Sa to get close to this Darius or this Jax, though. Tribe Gaming have a lot of beef balls to stand in front of their backline.
Okay, and now we get to see Truth on the Ahri. Jax feels pretty comfortable about this game. Doesn't feel super nice about the knockups on Tybe for this Wukong, but like the rest of his team, he's like, oh, Renekton? We take those. Oh, Garen? I mean, he'll silence me, but guess what? Counter-Strike? That doesn't go right through the Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
We're gonna just straight up take a bunch of victories, and it seems like, Kangas, for you, it may be a happy day. You may be singing your carols down the, decking the halls with a bunch of holly. I am gonna be Ebenezer Scrooge here. I yet again do not like the support pick here. I'm slightly sad.
You're getting visited
miffed
by the ghost of Horizon Cup Past. Here as
he already had a Mumu support in this series.
Jackie's really
the ghost of Smacks.
pulling the fringe support picks here. If he doesn't play J4 support at least once this series, I'm going to be upset.
I will be happy. I'll be happy if I don't see a Jarvan support, please.
I need
to be able to get away from it, man.
I was also holding out hope that maybe it would be Truth on the Kai'Sa and then Griff on the Ahri.
Who said it isn't?
Maybe.
Who said it isn't?
I mean, they didn't give each other those champs in pick and ban. I was looking at the order, and yeah, we do see Griff on the Kai'Sa, but that would have been cool. A nice throwback to Truth's AP Kai'Sa mid.
Kangas, anything is possible with enemy. We've already seen Truth play jungle, so I don't even trust. I trust nothing until we get into game.
Speaking of, we have loaded in everybody. Game 3 of the best of 5 finals here. It's 1-1 between these teams, evenly matched right now. Whoever wins this will be on match point. That's a great place to be here. So let's see how they intend to do that. Already junglers starting on opposite sides of the map, and we do see a lot of red wards placed down. Enemy are trying to track where T-Tigers is in his jungle clear.
They know there shouldn't be too much action from a Jax early on, so they're saying, look, with this Wukong, we just need to try and do something, try and keep ourselves relevant in the game. And if that means we can play with Fog 4 turned off on a T-Tigers, that's fantastic. They've already found that they can abuse this mid lane in game 1 of their series and in game 1, or in their first game in the group stage. So why not try to replicate some of that success?
Ooh, Max Green hits the Winter's Bite. That's stun onto Jackie.
He's just dead.
Heal used, Ignite used. He's alive. He should be fine right now. Didn't even flash. Actually does flash now, but T-Tigers ignited. First blood over to enemy, and they should pick up starting.
Oh, barrier, the shield.
He's got the barrier. Can Truth get him? One more auto. Oh, starting, flashing, and getting the honey fruit.
Oh my god. Why does starting do this to me every single time? Max Green's going right back in. They want this.
Yep. Oh, this was beautifully played. Oh, that was so well played from Max Green. Kiting back and forth, throwing up the shield. Jackie goes down.
Okay, again, another champion where the positioning is really, really important. Morgana and Garen, if you're not in the right spot, you will just get punished. And Max Green showing expertise in that case. Tigers comes back onto the map. Shockwave, charm.
Shockwave, but now starting some trouble. Type jumps on him. Tigers kills Truth before anything can be traded back. Now Jackie's joined in too, but over the wall, Chuck pulls in Tybe back to safety.
I think we're going to have to say that that's Grandmaster's might popped.
No, T-Tigers, yeah, he wants this into Aloy. Dominus popped as well. Now the ultimate's traded, but T-Tigers take a lot of damage. Aloy picks up the kill. Chuck dies as well. And now Max Green, unfortunately, did not realize that was not the play to jump into. 3 kills picked up by enemy.
This is why I just love Wild Rift, by the way, is that players can die and they come back so fast out onto the map that it's like, oh god, we're still fighting. Oh my god, like starting, he was able to get back onto the map. We saw T-Tigers, he died first blood and just walks straight to the rift or the scuttle in the top side and looks for that fight. It's still even. And while Max Green tries to make the roam, while the kills looked good in the beginning, enemy, they move more of their members over, and Jackie, resolute on this Garen, is trying to be a nuisance.
Trying to be. I was, right before that play happened, I was going to criticize him for not going for the boots first item. He backed and got the component item first before going for the boots. I usually see the stone plate rush from the Garen, but hey, who am I to judge? 'Cause he was able to turn that play around and now comes back with boots anyway. And now has the stats on Garen to actually be a nuisance in this lane as well.
Okay, Kangas, do you know do we know what item this is?
No,
or...
I do not know
okay.
the name of Jackie's item.
It is plated, I think it's plated wing caps, something like that.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of dumb, I'm not gonna lie. I hate this item personally.
Plated wing caps. I'm gonna call
it's plated
doubt.
something.
I'm gonna press X to doubt on that one.
Definitely plated something. It gives movement speed.
Plated hip armor caps. Yeah, there we go. Charm lands here onto Chuck. Just blown up.
Oh my god, wow.
But
okay, it's Chuck. Wait, they're gonna keep going.
Type, he finds a nice engager onto the backline and delivers grip right onto all the carries of Tribe. That's one down. Dienzio has to reposition here. And the front line, they've all flashed away. They're trying to get out of dodge. T-Tigers has to flash too. And Tribe are just out of sorts. Enemy capitalizing on it.
They're just starting fights before Tribe can even really kind of get a bearing for what's happening. And Tybe disrupting with this Wukong. Griff able to put in some damage. And I mean, Kangas, we were before we came into this series, you were like, do you think we get a 5-game series? I was a little bit of a doubter. But now we're here. Enemy, they got the Rift Herald. They didn't get the Dragon, but like, it's looking a little bit suspect.
Hey, you said we were gonna get 4 games. You didn't say which direction that was gonna go. Enemy getting a 3-1 would be insane. Obviously, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We're still in game 3 right now. We got to figure out what happens in this game itself. Tribe looking for a play onto Aloy. We do have Jackie nearby. Starting's committing the shockwave, but Aloy should get out regardless. And Tribe, now they're way overextended here. They have a way to get out through this bottom lane.
They can't get this turret. Run,
They're looking at the turret right now, but look at all these members of enemy. They're just collapsing on top of Tribe. They get 1. They will get 2. T-Tigers falls, killing spree to Jackie. And again, disaster for Tribe.
They're going to lose this turret. They're getting so much gold in their back pocket. Yeah, Chuck will get alone time with this Baron turret, but like, Tribe, I think, are being a little complacent. They were talking about wanting to learn from their mistakes, but this feels like just going back onto bad habits and making really greedy decisions here. So, trying to protect their mid-tier 1, they get punished.
They're hard committing to this engage right now. Tybe goes back in, triple knockup, flashes to safety, and should be out. Charm lands. Oh, Max Green barely alive right now, but Chuck's joining in. Can he get the resets? Pull, apprehend, Jackie about to die. A double
that's 1, that's
kill
2.
Chuck doesn't get the reset on the ult. That's crucial for enemy.
That's
but
3.
Oh, the snipe coming in from Dienzio. 3 for 0 trade.
And similarly, so Tribe, they catch enemy getting a little lazy on their recalls and being a little too aggressive. So now they'll get mid-tier 1 in there. And in the meantime, T-Tigers was on the side. He got a turret for himself, getting the first for his team. So this is an excellent way to combat what just happened. Tribe, in a single set of plays, get 3 kills and 3 turrets.
Oh, flash
They're
from Jackie.
back.
Oh, no!
No, Jackie, no, dude.
Okay.
Oh my.
That was a little troll. Best case scenario. Best case scenario, you get a 1-for-1, trading your flash for it. Oh. Hey, you know what, Alk? You didn't say which direction the 4-game series was gonna go.
Yeah, I can already predict. I'm gonna take a prediction here. One of the things on Jackie's wish list is to either have the flashback or for that play to have never happened.
Yeah.
Can we just take we could take these backsies real quick?
Ideally both. Oh, T-Tigers aggressively jumping in right now, Truth. Spear rushes over the wall. Actually, no, that was just a blast gun. So Spear Rush still available here. Fight for the Scuttle Crab, and it's earned by enemy.
I did actually have time And by time, I mean it was really bothering me, and out of spite I had to look it up. I got half of it right.
Okay.
It's winged moonplate.
Ah, close enough. You know, we'll give you 50%. Not passing grade, but it's some.
I turned in the assignment technically.
Exactly.
That's how that works.
It's better than I did. There we go. Now the fight for the mid lane priority here, as Tribe have caught that wave. It looks like they're on the dragon right now, just soloing it for T-Tigers. And the focus of enemies on this top turret right now. They're also diving under it. This is big for enemy. Kill secured. Now, Time and Truth could be in trouble though. They're in a 2v4 situation here. Tribe are capitalizing, but now the rest of enemy have joined in. Already one down. Tribe have found one kill. It's a 4v4. Aloy over
flash.
the wall. Aloy onto the carries, and he brings T-Tigers back to the team, but the charm misses. Now Jackie caught out of position, caught out of swords. Another kill, making a triple to T-Tigers.
Dude, and the entire time, it's just like Tribe, they make the trade. They're able to get themselves an early kill. I don't know what to say, Kangas. Enemy, they kind of just got caught with their pants down. They're like, oh god, they're doing dragon. Let's just try and kill Chuck. And they're like, oh, wait a minute. We actually might have to fight them for this, because if we lose the Rift Herald, this opens up the game for them. Something that they couldn't do before is really try to break open turrets and accelerate the game. While the gold has been going back and forth, this will cement Tribe a lead. And going into the next objective, you have to think, they're 2 dragons deep. They have an Ocean Drake. It's not Elder, so if we do get to an Elder, that's going to be Elder Infernal. Enemy, you got to start sweating now.
I feel like enemy, they just got a little split in their call. I liked the dive onto Chuck, but then Truth and Tybe engage in get engaged on in a 2v4 situation. Just don't be in the river there. Don't give Tribe that opportunity. But if you're Tribe right now, you're saying, look, we found a couple mistakes. We found a couple of kinks in their armor. And now we're finding a catch onto Aloy. All right, Chuck and starting make easy work of the Croc.
Okay. He's just out. Okay, and now here comes the re-engage. Tybe.
Okay. Tybe with a knockup. Dienzio still has the stacks. Let's see what the Griff wants to do with that. Okay, it doesn't even matter. Yeah, Max Green being the front line. Chuck being the damage here. Truth being dead. And that is, again, massive kills picked up. The Herald drop bot lane.
Meanwhile, in the bot lane, killing this Garen. Goodbye, Jackie. You'll go right back into your base. That is a tier 2 in the Baron lane.
That is inhibitor open at 11 minutes. T-Tigers putting in work.
Tribe did that without T-Tigers with them. They didn't even have the Jax. Now T-Tigers should get picked right here. Oh, double
He's gonna get a kill.
Oh, that was so close.
If he maybe have turned that a little bit earlier and with a little bit more HP, winnable. But we talked about it during the call there. We noted it. Max Green on this Braum is just like changing fights back to back to back. When this guy has an high impact game, you feel it, you'll see it. And it's just really awesome. I know supports don't get a lot of love for their play. Okay. Why did I just see that? We're gonna ask starting that. If Tribe win and we get to interview, first thing I'm asking, what was this flash, dude? I can't explain it just hurts.
That one, I can't.
Dude, if imagine your Tribe or your enemy right now, and you're like, oh, I'm doing the rift or I'm doing the scuttle right now. And you're just like, dude, this guy just flashed on me. He just flashed for scuttle. Oh my god,
look
wait.
At this. Engage coming in from Chuck. They don't quite have the backup though. This might be overreaching. That's one reset for Chuck. Oh, can't quite get the second out of Truth. But Tybe should fall here. That's a kill over to starting. Tribe have done it. Double
look
kill
at T-Tigers, man.
Chase them down. Griff, the only one left alive. And even though Tribe didn't have the best starts to that fight, they're just that far ahead.
It doesn't even matter, man. Like, starting's like, I don't need flash to win this game. I can just press ult. Your team is dead. And Chuck sacrifices himself as the bruiser. He's in that back line. It feels good. If you're a North American fan, you're like, man, Tribe look good. Because when they look good, you know, you can have a little bit of pride regionally, but like, enemy are like, man, this sucks. There you go.
Oh,
they yet again refuse. God, no, man. Someone take that button away. Tell the TOs. Come on. We're taking this away. You guys have not earned
up on the
this.
stream, guys.
Guys, if you want to FF, if you're gonna FF, commit to the bit. FF, send us to game 4. Don't do this. This is evil.
To the bit.
Yeah,
I
because then
like
it's just debating us, right? You're just like sending like refuse to surrender.
I like to imagine that that's just like a meme. Like somebody's like, ah, it's doomed, guys. Let's give it up. And then all 4 of the others go, ha ha ha, nice joke, nice meme, and then vote no. That's the reality I choose to believe in. As Max Green, oh, nice charm actually from Truth there. Onto Chuck, Chain of Corruption, damage onto Chuck, Griff with the chase down. Now Dienzio has Max Green nearby, but completely surrounded here. And now the fight's turned up to the top side of the map, but instead it's Griff with the double kill. They did secure it onto Dienzio. This is massive for enemy. They still have super support in their bottom side, but if they keep getting these kills, okay, Tiber, you're gonna die to Max Green right here. Is that what's happening? Nope, he's good. Okay.
It looks really strange, and it's a little bit bad. I won't lie. I'm not gonna. Oh my god, he actually just got soloed.
T-Tigers is just gonna win this right now. I think he actually gets more. He's gonna get a kill onto Truth.
Yep.
What are you doing, T-Tigers? Double kill in a 1v4?
That's a former world champion you're talking to right there. You better put some respect on T-Tiger's name. Regardless, Tybe did get soloed. And this entire fight, you're like, man, Tribe just died 3 players to die. And guess what was happening? With the Baron buff, T-Tigers took another inhibitor turret. And the mid-tier one didn't fall. So Tribe were like, man, that really sucks 3 of us died, but we take those.
We're still up 7,000 gold right now.
Yep.
So. Overall, we're feeling all right about this one. 19 to 17 kills on the scoreboard, but that does not tell the story of who is in the lead in this game. Tribe running around the map right now. 8 turrets to their name. They're about to make it all 9. Give them the clean 9-1 turret trade right now. Putting their attention there because the supers will provide pressure top and bot for them.
They're waiting. Baron buff is going to be ticking down sooner rather than later. It's only Max Green. They're just escorting minion waves in, and enemy. They really can't do much here. The best thing for Tribe is try and sync up the waves. Huge find. I love that Truth is still going for these, but it's going to need to turn up a little bit more if he wants to try and find an avenue for his team.
But look at T-Tigers. I don't even think enemy can stop him. If he just starts whacking on that Nexus, the inhibitor falls. Tied with the big flank around the back end. Jackie can't even kill Dienzio. And it was a valiant attempt from the team of enemy, but they just cannot get through these beast
Look
balls.
at Tigers, man!
T-Tigers in the base with a double kill, and that will be the game. Enemy held the line for as long as they could, but Tribe are just inevitable. 2-1 on the series. They're on game point.
They're looking for it. They're feeling hungry. They said game 1 is a little bit of a fluke. We're going to let our bot lane smash you. We're going to let T-Tigers, a massive veteran on this team who's shot calling him. I mean, this is perfect. It gives agency for him to kind of express himself mechanically on this champion and still look across the map. This is the best gold graph any team that's faced Tribe has gotten.
That is insane. And Tribe still bring it back. I mean, that peak down there, you know, around the 7-minute mark, I think that's the first time I said, we didn't say who was going to win the 4-game series. And then you see the peak right above it around the 8-minute mark. That's the second time I said it.
Oh, my.
Because that was the story of this game. Tribe just bringing it back.
And you know what that divot at 16 minutes is? It's 3 of them dying and getting trading for inhibitor after Baron. So it's like, oh, cool. I have to deal with double super minions in 2 ways. Enemy, we need to see improvements. I think we need to see specifically. I do want to say that I think Truth is having an okay series for the most part, but we need to shore up whatever's happening with Jackie. I don't think that such positioning intensive champions like Garen is a little more forgiving than Morgana, but like just straight up engage. Just give like an Alistar, a Leona. It doesn't keep it stupid simple. We don't need to be super in depth and trying to play like Chinese Garen support 3000 APM hack.
They are quite good at it. I understand the allure of wanting to copy the Chinese style of Garen support, but I will say Tybe as the primary engage actually looked pretty decent on the Wukong. I was happy with a lot of the fights that they were finding, but Jax, I think that that's going to be the deciding factor in this series. 2 games enemy have tried to play the Jax and they just struggle with it. They played it in the group stage in their loss. They played it in game 2 in their loss. I don't want to see them play it, but I think they have to ban it. I think you have to take that off the table now because Tribe are just showing that they are way too comfortable putting T-Tigers on this pick and just winning side lanes, and it does not look like enemy have an answer to it.
I heard that there's a Jax loss, and it smells like cap. I'm pretty sure they won with the Jax. I think Louis beat... Yes,
enemy?
He did win. Yes, they beat IMT.
Oh,
beat
really?
Immortals. It was the Gragas game.
Sure.
The guy was up 6,000 gold. I knew it. I was like, something's not right. I sense a disturbance in the statistics.
Sure, but against Tribe, in just this matchup that we've been watching here, I have not been convinced that the Jax will work for the side of enemy. At this point, I think it's the ace for the side of Tribe. I mean, they love this pick, and they're showing that they are getting better at it throughout the day.
Well, for everybody at home, we need to start thinking about alternatives, especially if you're an enemy fan, if you've voted for Kangas to also go all in on enemy, if you decided, man, AlkBattery's copium take that they're going to win this series is the way that I want to live my life. We need to start thinking about what does enemy do to come back into the series, because if they can't take Jax, they need to ban it. However, the ban table's already stacked as it is. You need to get rid of Senna, so you can basically get rid of a neutralizing lane down there. Action, need I say more? You can just go look up highlights on GiantSlayerWR on Twitter.com. You can see all the highlights there for starting.
True.
And Olaf. T-Tigers on Olaf during Rift Masters. That was not legal what he did to Immortals on that champion. That guy was 1v9. You think this guy's Jax is good? If he gets the Olaf, it's not gonna be a fun game. We're gonna have a quick four game series.
I mean, we do have also the potential for side selection change, or at least just side change. It's been Tribe on blue side 3 games in a row now, and enemy on red side 3 games in a row. Do you see value in enemy changing that up? Does that help them out in the draft phase in particular?
I personally no. I think that red side is really powerful. Yes, it doesn't have the same access terrain-wise to a Rift Herald, but you have so many good counter picks, especially in Baron lane, when we haven't seen too much focus champion pool-wise. Renekton is still getting through for some reason. Jax is really popular and still, again, getting through on the draft. We have things like Fiora that we haven't really been able to explore. Jace is only just now seeing some looks from some of these teams. There's so many options that I think red side has available to them that I don't know if enemy... Actually, I do know. I don't think they're using them properly. We saw game 1 was a support counter pick, for crying out loud. Like, a Mumu.
It worked!
They won that game.
It worked!
But like, we could do better. We could always do better. And especially after Horizon Cup, everybody on Twitter, everybody in all of the pro channels were like, man, North America kind of got clapped. And we need to do better.
I would love to see us do better. Of course, a reminder, though, this is technically the off-season. Kind of rounding out the year, the essential year 0 of competitive esports for Wild Rift. So I don't want to put too much pressure on these guys to like, oh, no, you need to show us your A game right now. At the end of the day, this is a way to celebrate the end of the season. But yeah, I think that enemy, if they want to celebrate a little harder, they got to find a way to string together 2 wins because they are on match point. But let's talk about from Tribe's side. I mean, do they adapt anything? Do they change anything in their bans, or do they just keep grabbing Jax if it's up, if not Lee Sid, and then just win through T-Tiger's dominance?
I think Ziggs needs to be dropped. So far, it's just not. We're not seeing too much success from it. Starting even in solo queue, the games that I've been able to peep, Ziggs is not looking too hot either. I think after the changes, he just runs out of mana, where that wasn't an issue before. Ziggs could just kind of like keep throwing out spells, and it was really of no consequence to the champion. I like starting Orianna, and now that we're in draft, that we are on blue side, it is something that they've been willing to first pick, right? We've seen first pick Orianna, we've seen first pick Ziggs. What do we get from Tribe? That is the question here.
4 games in a row now of the same sides for each of these teams. Tribe Gaming, again, 1 win away from taking that big cash prize. That's a lot of holiday shopping that they'll be able to get done in one go once they get that in their pockets. And let's see how they plan to do that. Jace band away still. If they're following the same trajectory, it's going to be Camille, and I'm blanking on what their other final ban has been so far. Jace,
Thresh.
Camille plus Thresh. Yeah, there we go. So I don't think that they need to change anything up. If your enemy, it's the Olaf, I think you need to add the Jax. I feel like it's got to come through here.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, then you have Akshan and Jax, and then Lee Sin kind of jumps up in
Hope
priority.
for the best.
We've seen
at that
Tigers is playing it out. Wow. This is huge respect to Max Green, because Max Green was one of the people who's only playing, almost ritually, kind of playing Braum at Horizon Cup.
Yep.
And not gonna lie though, it is a good read. I don't know how impactful it's going to be in the grand scheme of things, but
interesting thing to know. Okay, Senna ban. Wow.
what are you feeling? What are you feeling, Kangas? Lay it on us.
Akshan's up.
Give it to us.
We were talking about the misfortune and the priority around that. Wasn't able to be locked in from enemy because you were saying specifically not great into the Braum. That might have actually been the last game with the Draven pick, but either way, I feel like taking that off the table means that maybe misfortune's prioritized, but Akshan first pick for Tribe Gaming.
Akshan, and
Starting.
that means enemy. What do you pick here? You grab yourself a Varus, grab yourself a Renekton. The problem I have with this personally is that now you have to start thinking of mid lane mages you want to play, and if you don't pick it here, that pool's gonna get pinched so hard in the second part of the draft. You could go for support if you're enemy, but like Dienzio's he's gonna play the Orianna. Yeah, Dienzio's gonna pull it out. We're seeing it, boys.
I would assume it's Dienzio Orianna with starting on the Akshan. Of course, they still could swap those around. We don't know for certain until we get into the game. But that would be my guess. And the Nunu for T-Tigers. Okay. Objective control.
That's a callback.
Farming jungler, yeah.
That's a callback all the way from, what, the Immortal game? The Immortals game? They were like, we cannot let this champion through. Why Nunu now? Is this them attempting to experiment? We had, been praising them throughout the day, Kangas. We're like, they're changing things up. They're playing different styles. Well, here you go. You wanted something new. We get to see him on something that isn't proactive. It's not a ganking jungler. It's not a kind of a quote-unquote scaling jungler like a Jax. We are farming and we're playing very heavily towards the objectives.
You can also play for heavy ganks, though. That's the other thing about Nunu, is you can just turn into a just chain ganking jungler if you want to.
Snowball.
That Snowball, crazy ganking tool. Akshan, a lane that he can provide a lot of damage if you're able to lock down a member with a Snowball and then the Flurry of Snow. So, Leona Galio banned away here from enemy, taking away support options for a tribe that pairs specifically well with that Orianna. So I think that they're on the same read here.
Okay. Support pool is getting pinched, which is... Do we see Morgana finally, Kangas?
We could.
See her come back?
Honestly, enemy might need to pick her at this point. I don't think you can lock in and engage support right now with her on the table, and I don't know what else would pair super well. Sona? Would they want to go back to that? Oh, Corki.
Wow.
I mean,
It's
you were
not
saying they
locked
needed
in.
AP damage.
Yeah, I was also wondering if Truth was going to pull out the AP Kaisa, because that has been something that she's getting buffs, and Truth is obviously the pioneer of that here in North America, but looks like just going to be picking up the Corgi, another marksman along their lines who has a good lane matchup against Orianna if it is going to go in the mid lane, but like Nunu Garen is terrible for Corki to deal with.
And out
Morgana.
Tribe takes away 2 support picks. They take away Jackie's Garrett, so he can't go back to it, and they grab the Morgana. What's left for enemy at this point? Honestly, I still think Sona wouldn't be a terrible option. They're hovering the Lux support.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Lux support. There's a lot of range burst between her and Varus.
Kangas, my memory is a little bit shoddy, so you'll have
Okay.
to forgive me. I don't remember if you were there when we got to see the debut of this bot lane for Cloud9, when it was Griffin Jackie we were like, okay, what looks are we going to get? May have been me and Rafa.
Yeah, it was not me. It was not myself.
The first game we saw is Jackie's Lux, and it was really, really good. It was, I mean, he was popping off on kills. They set their team up for success, and going up against this lane, we're playing 3 mages down in the dragon lane, which is kind of my nightmare, but Jackie does have a history of playing this kind of stuff. So
true.
I am glad we're going into comfort, because no longer are we going to try and play like Engage or Morgana. We're just going to play poke, kill you, you're dead.
That's kind of like across the board. They have just so much upfront damage. I don't see enemies comp and like, oh, outside of the Corki, I think you could argue that like, oh, they want these fights to go for a long time. A lot of it, like Lux pick, Varus burst as well. Renekton has tremendous burst potential in his kit.
Look at
this.
Get
a lot of damage right off the bat, and now Jackie has to flash under turret. One more.
No, starting.
He doesn't get it. Jackie's alive. Oh, that was so close.
He didn't have auto lock on, so he hit the ward. A small misplay, and something that a lot of people, when they're learning Wild Rift for the first time, they're like, wait, lock on's a thing? This is broken. But gets punished there. Even pro players make that mistake. A bunch of summoner spells invested to try and get Jackie off onto the bad foot, but like, it's just going to be solo experience for this first wave, and actually not even going to miss all that much. So, Enemy probably feeling really good about that.
Yeah, Jackie just loses flash. Griff loses heal for exhaust on max screen and flash on starting. The big thing is how this impacts Truth's lane. Okay, Aloy almost just dies to Chuck. Would love to see how that actually happened, what that trading pattern looked like. Is not what I expect from a Renekton.
All I saw, Kangas, is you know, like the little champion portraits, and I saw blinking red HP bars, and I'm like, excuse me? Speaking of which,
Tybe jumps in onto Chuck, and there's no flash on that Garen. So an easy kill.
I haven't been tracking First Blood super well, but I wonder if there's a statistic here for our best of 5 series as to who won, who got First Blood and who won.
You know what? I would love to know that statistic as well.
Yeah, we should bully Prod for that.
Cannot give that to you. Maybe Prod's nice to us, but Jackie, yeah, doesn't have the flash, so T-Tigers pays a visit.
Deep-seated discomfort has entered the chat. That's me right now. I just... If Jackie was level 5,
that's your
that
ult
play
account,
works every single time. Yeah, deep-seated discomfort.
Actually, my ult doesn't have flash.
Oh.
Chuck still doesn't have flash. That's level 5 on Tybe. And Chuck's dead. So remember when you said we were going to have a 4-game series?
It smelled like a game 5, brother.
Smelling like a game 5.
I think this is another situation where I think the audience has won this game, and neither of these teams have done so. If there was no Nexus explosion, I'd be okay with that.
I mean, of course, early in the game, you can never tell from this state forward, but
no,
this is a great start for Enemy. You can't ask for much better. I mean, yes, Jackie getting punished for not having flash, that's rough, but the kill went on to Nunu. Whereas you're looking at a kill on a Renekton and a kill on a Wukong, you're feeling much happier about your trades and also your 1,000 gold lead. Also, your Chain of Corruption landing here onto Zeo. Very low on health, but Max Green just saves it. Tybe joins in now. Tybe looking for some blood. Doesn't have the ultimate available, so no follow-up.
Yeah, if the Cyclone was there, maybe there's a world where Tybe then get a double kill. They can trade for a plate. The bot lane here, Danzo saying, look, I need this wave. T-Tigers come. Help me. Help this wave out.
Yeah, T-Tigers just snowballs in. Actually lands something. Shockwave in there. Jackie traded for Dienzio, but now T-Tigers very far forward. Tybe still doesn't have the ultimate. So T-Tigers should get out here relatively unscathed, taking some damage as he does it. Truth's joined in and just throwing out some poke on a max screen. Watch for starting. Watch for their Ikshan. Coming in through the river, but doesn't want to actually commit.
I guess I was so afraid there for T-Tigers because all I just see is the greatest snowball ever, just like 180 into the enemy team. I'm like, no, 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 no. Don't do this.
You can cancel it. You can cancel it. Run it into the wall.
Oh. Well, Kangas, we've hit 4 minutes. Truth is going to reset, and in this timer here, they know that he's resetting for these for the Valkyrie package. Tribe, they are able to dissuade enemy from continuing the Rift Herald, but with a scuttle there, they will always have vision. Oh, they stole it. Never mind.
Yeah,
Good job, Tribe.
T Tigers, he just walked up and threw out the chomp plus the smite and took that one away. The Herald's still on the table if enemy want to hard commit to it, but they will be spotted. And like you said, playing around this quirky package is big. Tribe, they can play patient. They don't have to force an objective. They can just wait out the quirky package and then try and grab something.
They can. It's going to be another 30 seconds before that goes down. They can try to make picks. Look how much damage Jackie's able to put down. Already has the Lost Chapter and the Blasting Wand. So it looks like the trade is just going to be Rift Herald for Dragon. Tribe going for that Rift Herald. Going to try and set themselves up for some gold. And this game is going relatively tame, all things considered, from what we got earlier.
Truth, all the way down here. Aloy 1v1ing starting. Truth threw out the package to try and get down there faster. Now Jackie's here too. Lands the root. Now in onto Max Green. Nice damage follow-up, but starting, he's got it. He swings in, trying to get onto Truth.
Starting,
flashes away from Jackie, but no, he's trying to outplay, and he played himself. Aloy finding the kill.
Barrier is so huge, and Max Green, if he had just applied the Black Shield to himself, that binding never lands. He's never in range when he's up against the wall and in rogue time. So, Max Green, I don't know if it's just uncomfort or maybe it's their first time playing this champion, but I'm sensing a lot of, a few too many mistakes. As flash right into Chains of Corruption there. Griff saves his jungler. Trades the Rift Herald, though.
Flash out of time, heal out of Griff. Traded for the flash of Chuck, and yeah, the Herald's a big pickup there. The Tribe, they're still fighting. They're still in this game. They're down in gold, but that Herald could be big, and a Shockwave could be bigger. Truth has to jump away, has the flash, so should live this. Starting, diving under turret, couple more autos. That's a bold move starting.
Heroic web sync. Die to the turret, brother. Die to the turret, brother. It's time.
Yeah, it means you're giving over the gold. Okay, yeah.
All right. Look, if anything, the real mental warfare, if you're a Tribe fan, is you're hoping that starting opened up all chat as soon as that happened. He said, look, Louis, this is how you go in between turrets and execute. He actually just gave him back from game one. That was actually just a payback there, because the Louis did pick up the kill.
True.
So
Dragon started right now from enemy right now, so the Herald's dropped mid lane from Tribe. They're trying to split objectives here. Using the time that enemy are committing to the Dragon.
They don't even get this turret, though. What?
Don't. Oh, but they have a split fight right now. They can actually just collapse here onto the Dragon. Nicely done to start things off, but can the carries get behind the front line? The answer is yes. Now Aloy pushed away. Griff dead too. Double kill over to starting. And under the turret, Aloy and Truth. They're going to try and mount their defense right now. Starting's alone. No one nearby, so that should be the end of the action. But that's a big play for Tribe.
Yeah, exactly. They picked up a lot of kill gold there, and they finally get this mid-tier 1. It was looking iffy. If enemy hold on to that part of the base, with no mid-tier 1 turret taken down, that is a massive boon for them. They got the Dragon as well. But T-Tigers in that last fight just zone out the bottom lane duo of enemy, and it allows for someone so hyper-mobile as starting with this Akshan to just tear them open, get a double kill, set himself up for success. And we're getting back into another game where starting is pretty fed on the Akshan. T-Tigers, this time not on the Jax or anything like it, but is still really comfortable in this game.
It feels like enemy just aren't able to lock down starting. They have tools. They have the Lux. They have the Chain of Corruption, which, those aren't the best tools for it, but most importantly, they have a stun from Renekton and a knockup from Wukong. They need to save these tools. Starting's just positioning so far away from the initial engage that then he's able to wait for these cooldowns and then swing in when there's no more CC for him. Enemy need to save some CC for starting, because otherwise he's just going to run around these team fights.
Exactly. And it's hard, right? Because he's invisible for the first part of the fight, and then all of a sudden he's
it sounds so easy when I say it.
Yeah. And something that we didn't note in the last game, last time we saw the Akshan, is just how much healing is a part of this kit. Blade of the Ruin King, Wit's End on Wild Rift provides so much healing on the on hit. So we didn't see it in their last game where they were building a lot of grievous wounds, but here, this time around, they still need to be able to itemize into it, and who's going to be the one that's kind of going to bite the bullet and try to reduce some of his healing?
It's a tough ask. I mean, probably Tybe, I would guess, just because he can apply it to a lot of people at once. So if you're looking at somebody, he's my guy. But yeah, they ideally would want more, multiple sources of that, just in case somebody's down, somebody's not able to get it onto starting. But right now, 15 seconds till the next Herald. It is coming up on the map here. Tribe and enemy pretty much deadlocked. Only about 1,500 gold differential between the two. This next Herald could be a major deciding factor.
And it's been 3 games removed at this point, but we need to see the investment given into Louis pay off for enemy. Huge amount of damage going on at T-Tigers
Tybe's
there.
here. Tybe's looking for the back line. He's going to find it. That's
No,
a big
no,
knock off. The
no.
shockwave response from Tribe. Aloy, he doesn't have a play. Now
Look at starting.
Swings back in. He waited for all the cooldowns, flashes away, throws out the ultimate. Aloy should die right here. Trying to be a frontline for the team. Rampage for T-Tigers, plus the shutdown. And that is 2 free kills over to Tribe.
Look at that. I mean, we're talking about saving crowd control. All of it's gone. They blew it right onto T-Tigers. And Griff's about to just get solo killed by the enemy mid laner. Starting, forces out the flash from the Varus. Going to take the blast cone out to safety. Kangas, Tribe, they're feeling confident. They're feeling alive. You look at this, you got to start feeling somewhere in there is a Tribe win.
Tribe are hitting their stride right now. These are the moments. 4,000 gold lead. We did see a swing last game. Enemy had an early lead and then lost it. But I don't know if they can do the same thing to Tribe right now, who are currently holding on to a 4,000 gold advantage. Dragon's up, and they are going for some resets. Enemy, if you pull the trigger right now, if you find a pick right now, they don't do it, though. The Black Shield keeping T-Tiger safe.
Dragon's about to start. Look at where Louis is. He does have the flank. Truck is going to try and play bodyguard here.
Oh,
look at the front line,
through.
man.
T-Tigers just run straight at them. Look at this Nunu. What are they supposed to do about him? He's literally just a Yeti. He's just a Yeti. And now the rest of the team from Tribe can focus their attention onto Tybe, onto Aloy, pushing away the front line. Enemy have already lost the fight, already lost the objective.
They're not able to get this. The truth gets blown up immediately. Louis, few too many mistakes here. This is a game where he was ahead of Chuck in gold. And every time Chuck has been able to gain a gold lead, they find the win. Chuck is able to stomp out on a Louis. And only since game 1 have we really seen a similar performance vice versa, where Louis on the Jace has a gold lead and then just takes control of the rest of the Rift. This time around, that investment never paid off, and now we're going to see a Dragon, a tier 2 turret in the top lane, and more kills fall to the wayside, as enemy kind of just have to watch this game be played right in front of their eyes.
Maybe they can look at this Corki scaling as an option for them if you're trying to make an argument for, okay, how does enemy come back into this Corki? Close, actually now that I say it, not even that close to the 3-item power spike, but if you can get to that 3-item power spike, feels pretty good on that Corki, and then you can look to play through that. The package timing also has to be considered because it is available, but it's not really an objective to fight over. The Baron's spawning, but it feels a little early for that to be the focus of either of these teams right now, so just funnel gold where you can, enemy. Try and hold out.
Maybe. If we're talking about really, like, 90% plays that are probably not going to work, with the Valkyrie and with 2 marksmen on your team, if you're able to get priority in mid lane, which is a little bit hard since there's a mid-tier 1 turret still standing, you could fake out for a Baron here.
That would be a move. That would be a goal.
It is a move.
It
Not
is
a good move, but...
Well, you never know. Maybe those ones still work, but look at the engage! Again, T-Tigers just flashing in, throwing in the ultimate, and Tribe, they just are gifted a team fight. Enemy just walk at them and get engaged on. Double kill the T-Tigers, starting just doing damage, doing the shredding.
That's it.
And then D'Enzio with a double kill. Jackie, the only survivor, 4
We're gonna get a
0.
Rift Herald dance.
They have the Herald. They're dropping it down. Middle inhibitor. It's the focus right now. Does Herald even get a charge on it? Okay, it does. down to 1200. 10 seconds on the health bars, 10 seconds on the spawn right now, but Jackie can do nothing but watch as Tribe will take the series 3-1 and will be your Fight Night Holiday Special victors.
Man, do you remember the first part of this game where Tribe were looking a little bit suspect? And we're like, it might be a 5-game series. It could happen. And then they kind of shook off the jitters. They're like, hey, you know, it's getting a little bit late. Let's just close it out. They go 3-1. They do it in a pretty similar dominant fashion. And take a look at the gold lead. If you would have told me that this was a game played by Tribe today, I would have not believed you. But with where enemy were able to push them in the game 1, and especially in game 3, Tribe may be fallible, but is still looking good and still looking like the best in North America.
I'm still happy with the look that enemy gave us, though. Considering
Yes.
they've changed their dragon lane, it kind of feels like they are at a better point now than they were at the end of the summer season. As weird as that is to say, like they still, there was definitely like glimmers of hope for them to take this game against Tribe, take last game against Tribe. It's just, you know, Tribe, they're so conditioned at this point. They're so veteran at this point. They have multiple Vainglory, you know, world champs on their roster that have played together on rosters, and now a lot of those players also have international experience in Wild Rift. So they've definitely taken a lot from their time abroad, and you can see it in their playstyle. You can see it in their champion priority as well.
I just love with what we're seeing for them. It's different champions. I think broadening those horizons is so important for them going into the new year, right? We're getting into we're obviously already in the holiday season, but
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
you're also
don't
gonna
you
have
see my
Christmas
lights,
coming
Alk?
up? Yes, the fairy lights are great. Or no, those are actual straight up Christmas lights.
Yes,
Oh, God.
they're actual Christmas lights.
Okay, well, not fairy lights this time around. It's good, but this is a Fight Night Rift. This is the holiday special. Going forward, any team can be invited. Any team can sign up and try to test their mettle up against Tribe. And it's these tournaments like these, the grassroots, the smaller ones, that help us get a small taste for teams going into the new year.
True, exactly, a small taste. But Alk, that's in the future. For now, let's give honor to the teams that participated in the inaugural Fight Night Rift, the holiday special. Let's take one last look at all the teams that were actually competing, and a special shout out to Tribe for taking the whole thing. As here, we will take a look at that graphic in just a quick second here. There we go. Thank you, Immortals, Sentinels, Enemy, and of course, Tribe Gaming for showing up. Congratulations to everybody who was able to pick up a win. And for Sentinels, better luck next time. But still, Tribe Gaming with that 3-1 in the finals.
It's still money in hand is better than nothing.
True.
And this will obviously not be the last time that us as North American viewers will see these teams. They have been top performance for a reason, and I'm excited to see what more we get from them. Because development is always around the corner.
It's always around the corner. It's always something we need to be looking at, especially this young into an esport. But, Alk, we got one final thing to do to close out the show, and that is, of course, the winner's interview. Now, I don't know who we have yet for the interview here, so it'll be fun and exciting to see. It's starting. We got him. All right, starting. Can you hear us?
Oh, what's up? What's up?
Let's go.
All right, Josh. Well, Alk, I believe you had a question. I believe you have a question to start this off, right? You said if we were interviewing starting, you already knew the first question you were going to ask.
Yeah. All right. That Oriana flash for the Scuttlebutt. What's up, man? We got to talk about that. That one was a little bit suspect, brother.
Oriana flash at the scuttle? I don't even remember that. What?
All right. We're moving on. Kangas, bring us in.
All right. All right.
I'll clip it for you later, man.
Yeah, we'll get that one rolling around on Twitter. Coming back from international tournament now, a new Dragon Laner in Dienzio on the roster here, and already back-to-back event wins for Tribe. You're able to 3-0 in sorry, I'm blanking out. Rift Masters. I almost called it Horizon Cup there. 3-0 in the Rift Masters, and then also taking this series here. What do you think the current power level is for Tribe currently? Do you think you've already reached Horizon Cup levels even with the new AD carry?
Still not really. Like right now, we're still kind of chilling. Like we're not tryharding too much. Like the games today were really fun. Like we were having a lot of fun, just laughing. Especially on like we just kept calling T Tigers Hueva Junior on the Jax.
Yes.
His Jax is not up there yet, but maybe in the future. But overall, we still have a lot to work on. It's just the off season, so we're just kind of like chilling for now until Riot announced like the next year plans for wildrift.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what all of us are waiting for, right? We're waiting for year one. We're waiting to try and get our first official foray into more competitive events for you guys. Looking back on today, are you feeling that North America is going to kind of be at a similar power level that you guys were at before Horizon Cup? Or are you feeling like some of the teams have stepped up their quality of play?
I mean, I think there's definitely more teams now that are like up there because for example, Chonk Turtle, they're stepping up to Immortals. Immortals has gotten like better than Enemy in my opinion.
Okay.
With Lebmont, that guy's like an absolute beast. But overall, North America, we have a lot to work on. Like we're the best team, but I don't even think we're that good.
So dive in. No, Kangas. I mean, let's dive into that, right? Coming off of Horizon Cup, what do you think that North America needs to work on? You've got the platform here. We're here for Fight Night Rift. What is the big target on our back for us?
I mean, it's easy to say what we have to work on, but like there's just too many things. I think like for example, the players are very limited, right? Like what we have to work on with what we have, which is like basically the same teams or same players since like the start of NA, and I don't think like maybe like there's like a couple teams that stepped up, but like it's not a lot, and we just have to work on a lot of things. And for example, I think when we went to Horizon Cup, like macro wise, we got absolutely destroyed. Mechanics is not that bad. I think NA could possibly compete with that, but macro we were like we were up in kills most of the time early game when we started scaling, but we were always down gold, like always down gold. And I think macro is one of the biggest thing like NA has to work on instead of just ARAM mid all the time.
All right, you've convinced me. I will drop my career as a caster and become a player, and I will fix NA. I will teach us all how to macro. How about that?
Oh, we're so doomed, man. If starting couldn't save this region, we're doomed.
Well, that will wrap it up for the interview. Thank you so much for coming on. Congratulations on the win. And one final opportunity for you to give any shout outs for anybody that you want to before we wrap up.
Shout out to Zio, for filling the gap that I think we need.
Nice.
Awesome. I love it. It's awesome seeing him on the team too. I think he's gelling fantastic so far. Excited to see the heights that y'all can reach. Once again, congratulations, and thank you for coming on for the post-game interview. Congratulations! Good luck celebrating. Good luck celebrating after this.
Okay, thank you guys.
Fun.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
All right, I think I said congratulations like 5 times there at the end, so... Yeah.
He needs it.
I get
it's
nervous.
one for every $100. It's one for every $100 he won.
Exactly. There you go. But Alk, that's it. That's it for the inaugural Fight Night Rift. It was awesome being on the show with you again. How'd you feel? How'd you feel we did for the first one?
Felt like fun, man. We're right before the Christmas season, like literally on the cusp. We're like literally 10 days away now. We've already gone into 12 a.m. here.
Goodness, we are.
Yeah, it happens. But I'm glad that we get to see more and more of North America, more of these teams, and looking forward. I know I've been talking about it throughout the event. We've been going back and forth. Literally, go sign up. Any team.
Yeah.
It can be all of these players. Starting just complain that there's not enough players here. That could be you. You could be the solution. You could save NA. Anything's possible.
And we do actually have an announcement here, Alk, because I do finally have confirmation here. I've been begging to figure out when Fight Night will actually start up in the new year, the start date. And looks like we will be back January 11th. Fight Night Rift will officially launch January 11th in 2022 in the new year. This was the first one. This was just an invite-only event for some of the top teams in North America. But you can go sign up over at GiantSlayer.tv/WR. Again, GiantSlayer.tv/WR if you want to get a team together and sign up and see if you can compete and give some competition for the teams here in North America. Good luck going up against Tribe. That's all I can say. If you get matched up
Come
against
on,
them.
you need to encourage them to sign up.
True,
not be
true.
like, oh, I'm gonna get bodied, man.
Only you and your group of friends / colleagues / teammates can defeat Tribe and lead North America to new heights. With that being said, though, that does wrap up the show, everybody. Thank you for tuning in for the inaugural event. We'll be back January 11th with more Fight Night Rift. We'll see you there.